Okay, Mr. Wall, let us know when we're ready to begin.
We are ready.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Poway Unified School District Board of Education on October 14th, 2021. The time is 6:07 p.m. Notice to all, this meeting may be recorded or broadcasted at the direction of the board, and the recording or broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Now I invite you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to start tonight's meeting with a moment of silence for a dear friend and colleague to many people in the district. Last month, English learner coordinator Christine Coutier passed away. She touched many lives across PUSD through her work over the years, and she will be dearly missed. She passed away on Tuesday, September 28th, after a long illness. She was surrounded by family at the end, and she is now at peace. She will always be remembered as a champion for our English learner students, and we are so grateful for her many years of dedicated service, care, and compassion as a member of Team PUSD. Our thoughts are with her family as they grieve their loss. Please join me in a moment of silence for Christine. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge that the Rancho Bernardo High School family lost a student. We are not mentioning their name because the family has asked for privacy during this extremely difficult time. As a parent, my heart breaks for the family, friends, and loved ones of the student. The loss of a young life is so difficult to comprehend, and the student's passing is no exception. Please take advantage of supports in place at your school if you need any help dealing with your grief. Please join me in another moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to go ahead and move on to 3.2, the report out of closed session. Dr. Patel.
Thank you, Madam President. Closed session began at 4:18 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. 2.1-A in the matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, claim TC 20-05. On a motion by O'Connor-Ratcliffe and a second by Patel, the board voted to approve the final settlement agreement. The vote of the board was as follows: ayes unanimous, noes 0, absent 0, abstention 0. 2.1B in the matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, case number TC-20-12 on a motion by O'Connor-Ratcliffe and a second by Couvret. The board voted to approve the final settlement agreement. The vote of the board was as follows: ayes 5, unanimous, noes 0, absent 0, abstention 0. 2.1C in the matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, case number OAH 2021-040893 on a motion by Couvret and a second by O'Connor-Ratcliffe. The board voted to approve the final settlement agreement. The vote of the board was as follows: ayes 5, which is unanimous, noes 0, absent 0, abstentions 0. 2.1D, in the matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, case number ADR 0908-2021, on a motion by Zane and a second by Sitzma, the board voted to approve the final settlement agreement. The vote of the board was as follows: ayes 5, unanimous, noes 0, absent 0, abstentions 0. In all other items in closed session, there was no reportable action. Closed session adjourned at 5:04 p.m. And that is my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. 3.3, members in attendance. We have all board members and our student board member in attendance. 3.4, the welcome to the public. Ms. Sue.
Thank you, Mrs. Kufretz. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. PUSD has moved to live public comments via Zoom and is no longer accepting written comments to be read aloud during board meetings. This process has been revised effective December 10th, 2020. Public speakers were requested to fill out a public speaker request form via https:/bit.ly/PUSD speaker slip. The speaker request form submitted between 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. today received instruction on how to join via Zoom or by telephone. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes, and there is a 15-minute time limit per topic. When time is up, your microphone will be muted. Written comments were also submitted via https:/bit.ly/PUSD written comments until 6 p.m. today. Written comments will not be read aloud during the meeting, but will be provided to the board members. Written comments are limited to 400 words. Please be advised that any communications directed to the Poway Unified School District, including board members and district staff, are subject to disclosure pursuant of the California Public Records Act. Communications will not be edited for redactions except in compliance with state law. Item 4.2 is placed on our agenda to enable members of our community to bring items that are not placed anywhere else on the agenda to the board's attention. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. With that said, welcome and thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 3.5, which is an action item, the approval of the agenda sequence. Do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
On a motion by Dr. Patel, do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second? Was it Mr. Zane?
Dr. Seitzman.
Dr. Seitzma was the second. And again, with this, it's kind of hard. If I could have all those in favor, please say aye and keep your hand up so I can see. I have an aye by Mr. Zane, myself,
Aye.
Ms. Sue, Dr. Patel, and Dr. Seitzma, and Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you all. Moving on to 4.1 is our student board representatives. And I would love to start with Cody Mongold.
Hello and good evening, PUSD board. My name is Cody Mongold, and I thank you for this opportunity to share everything happening over at Westview's campus. It's always a pleasure. As we begin to wrap up Q1, our Wolverines continue to inspire and amaze with everything they're doing, and our campus remains teeming with life, energy, and school spirit. We have so many diverse groups and interests at Westview, and I can't wait to share all that they've been doing with you. As ASB president, on behalf of our class of 38 student leaders, I'd like to begin by touching upon some of our recent notable accomplishments. Coming into this school year, our ASB has continued to face challenges head-on, putting our adaptability to the test. Just a week before school started, our class learned that we would be getting a new ASB advisor, as if transitioning back to fully in-person school wasn't going to be difficult enough. Furthermore, about half of our ASB students have never been on campus or seen the incredible things this program has done. Nevertheless, these students have taken it in stride and have continued to uphold the extremely high standards that we pride ourselves in. Over these short 2 months, our class has already celebrated Westview's 20th anniversary by distributing free commemorative t-shirts to all Wolverines. We've overseen seen Link Crew's incredible freshman and sophomore orientations. We've hosted class-specific lunches to promote bonding within the junior and senior classes. We've held a successful club rush, representing over 100 clubs across the span of 2 days. We've run a successful Start with Hello campaign to emphasize the importance of kindness. And we've proudly recognized our custodial staff in our custodian appreciation events, just to name a few. I'm so proud of my team for doing such amazing work in the face of adversity. And now it's my honor to present some of our more recent events from these busy past few weeks. Just over 2 weeks ago, our juniors got to experience inspirational speaker Keith Hawkins as he helped to facilitate our annual Unity Day program. These days offer students a chance to slow down and open themselves up to their fellow peers as we discuss the importance of seeking help and addressing our mental health. Traditionally, Unity Day is meant for our sophomores, but because the current juniors missed out on this program last year, we wanted to ensure that they got this powerful experience as well. The junior class received this event very well, and we can already see the impacts it's made on our campus. We're excited to bring Mr. Hawkins back in March when we celebrate Unity Day for our sophomore class as per usual. Furthermore, last week, Westview ASB was proud to present our Through the Decades homecoming, putting on an engaging spirit week leading up to a record-setting dance to wrap everything up. Included in the festivities were various lunchtime events, spirit competitions, and as always, our annual float building competition between classes. We had the joy of bringing in some of our board members, including President Kuvret, Mr. Zane, and Dr. Patel, welcoming them as special judges in scoring the floats. In case the three of you were curious, the senior 80s float ended up getting first place. Following all of the activities of the week, we were proud to cap it off with a varsity football win under the Friday night lights and a jam-packed dance on Saturday with over 1,400 students in attendance. To make this week even more special, we all got to witness assistant band director Martin Fierro proposing to his girlfriend as the fireworks went off during our halftime show on Friday. It truly was a special week. On the topic of our band organization, I'd like to recognize Westview Gold for all of the amazing work that they've been doing recently. Our band students have been putting in the hours to practice for their various tournaments this season, and they've definitely contributed to keeping Westview's spirit and energy up. Next up, I'd like to express how proud we are of our ambassadors program, as they've been actively going to various elementary schools in the district, giving valuable lessons about different character traits. Likewise, our Robotics Option 16 program has also been doing outreach, spreading their love of robotics with many elementary and middle schools across the district. I'm always proud to report the state of our club culture on this campus, as we have over 100 active clubs and still many more on the way as they continue to submit applications and renewals over this coming week. With so many different groups on this campus, all contributing to some aspect of our culture, it's incredible to see just how passionate our Wolverines are. Lastly, I'd like to give some props to PUBS, our district printing program, as they have done wonders for us recently. With all of the digital communication over the past year and a half, we've really embraced getting to go back to physical publicity again, and PUBS has played a key part in that. Whether it's been big posters to hang all over campus or cute little stickers to commemorate our homecoming dance, we've been very grateful for the quick and easy projects that PUB has handled for us. Now, as we're wrapping up Q1 here at Westview, it saddens me to say that as a senior, both my time as ASB president and as a Wolverine are quickly coming to a close. I'm very grateful for the opportunities I've had with all of you this far, and I'm excited to give you my final report a few months from now. While my time here is dwindling down, Westview's spirit and energy surely is not. I've been overjoyed to see such high participation in all of our school events this year, and I hope to continue to build upon that energy so that we can keep it going for years to come. I'm so glad that I've gotten to bring such a positive report to you all today, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for our next report. I'm looking forward to returning once again, but in the meantime, thank you for your time and attention. Good night.
Thank you so much, Cody. That was fabulous. Gosh, Wesley's doing so many cool things, and go seniors. All right, next I'll have Amanda Kung from Rolling Hills Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Kung. I'm a fifth grader at Rolling Hills Elementary, and I am a proud Puma. What I enjoy most about Rolling Hills is all the fun things we get to do, like music/band, and special events like Pumpkin Palooza and the Book Fair. This year is at Rolling Hills, Pumas work hard and are kind each and every day. This year is already off to a fantastic start with a mad science assembly and a book fair held outdoors. Our first community gathering / Friday flag of the year was a huge success. To celebrate our Rolling Hills families reaching our fall goal, we turned Principal Davis into a human hot dog. Everyone had a blast. Our Puma Pledge donations go towards funding essential programs and enriching opportunities for our Pumas. This allows us to receive music, physical education, technology integration, and academic support. We are also very excited to announce the establishment of a new STEM resource room, the Wagner Science Room at RHES. It provides RHES teachers and students all the critical resources necessary for hands-on experiments to complement current science standards for each grade level. We are encouraging positive behavior through PBIS. We have been designated as a no place for hate school, meaning that we have committed to using the power of positive peer influence to build an inclusive and equitable school in which all students can thrive and feel welcome. We are establishing new traditions at Rolling Hills Elementary. To reward positive behavior, we have monthly Positive Puma Awards. Our fourth grade students persuaded Principal Davis to allow us to wear costumes to school and have a Halloween parade. We are looking forward to having many more safe and fun events. We will be holding our annual Fall Festival Pumpkin Palooza at Rolling Hills Park, and we will also have Spirit Days and a turkey run. I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak and for taking the time to get to know our school.
Well done, Amanda. That was awesome. I can't wait to hear more about the Pumpkin Palooza, or maybe stop by. That sounds too fun. Next up, I'd love to have Andrew Mendoza from Abraxas High School.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to present to the board. My name is Andrew Mendoza. We have two programs here at Abraxas High School. We have the diploma program, and then we have the transition program. I'm in the diploma program. The transition program is for young adults ages 18 to 22 who learn important life skills here at Abraxas and in the community. Students in the program are working in the community at 28 different jobs and volunteer sites ranging from the backyard garden to Walgreens. 85 students are participating in the various job sites. The counselors have continued a series of career presentations to the students at Abraxas by professionals in the industry. The presentations range from careers in audio and visual automation to careers in law. A variety of apprenticeships programs are also represented in the presentations. Students interested in taking college courses next spring will be signing up with the Palomar Community College in the coming weeks. The garden program continues to grow and donate produce to families in need. Students from both the diploma and transition program work in the garden. The project has now donated over 10,000 pounds of produce since it started 5 years ago. The majority of the food is donated to families in need. The garden will be hosting a fundraiser for the Garden and Culinary Arts program on November 13th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The garden program received an exemplary program award at the California Continuation Education Association conference on September 18th. Abraxas Save Promise Club continues to grow, welcoming new students and new student leaders as they positively impact the campus surrounding community. Save Promise Club students represented the Abraxas High School at the after-school activity National Night Out on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. Save Club hosted a new student welcome luncheon on August 13th. Save students also planned, advertised, and hosted campus-wide activities called Balloonapalooza to wrap up our busy month of August. In addition to the Save Club, 2 new clubs have started on campus, the LGBTQIA+ Club and the Latinx Club. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was fabulous. So many great programs and participation going on. And next we have Elsie Skelly from Black Mountain Middle School.
Hi, my name is Elsie Skelly, and I'm an 8th grade ASB officer at Black Mountain Middle School. At BUMS, we cherish many things, including our 4 core values, which are kindness, hard work, responsibility, and respect. Along with that, we are in no place for hate school, and we do not tolerate bullying. Lastly, we are a California Distinguished School, which means we are one of the most exemplary and inspiring top 120 schools in California. At our school, we try and make everyone feel welcomed and included. We are like a family, and we believe in getting to know each other. Our ASB class hosted BMRS beginnings before school started, so the 6th and 7th graders could get to know each other and get around campus. During BMRS beginnings, students get a tour of the campus, have questions answered, tour the locker room, are introduced to the front office staff, have a chance to bond over lunch, and are welcomed into the BMRS family. This event made it easier for them on the first day of school because they understood where to go and what to expect. We also held an ice cream social for all new students at the beginning of the year so they could make new friends and have some fun during lunch. In addition, we have hosted spirit days and are planning on having many more. On sports day, we hosted games during lunch in the quad. Some of the activities included a prize wheel for those who participated, a ring toss, football in the tire game, and a hula hoop competition. Other upcoming spirit days include Red Ribbon Week, Fall Week, and Festive Sweater Day. A new activity that we started this year is Find Rowdy the Raider. This is where we hide a small stuffed emoji raider, our mascot, and students have the opportunity to find him. Every 2 weeks, we pull a name from those who submitted where they found him, and they receive a prize. It has been a big hit on our campus so far. ASB has also created spotlight slides for our homeroom class. These slides feature people in the LGBTQ, Native American, Hispanic, Filipino, and mental health communities who have made a difference in the world. We created these so students can feel their heritage and cultures are honored and represented at our school. To create a fun environment at lunch, we play music in the quad and host a ball cart where students can check out equipment to play with during lunch. Our first after-school activity will be Movie in the Quad, where we will watch a movie outside on a big screen so that we can still social distance while having fun. We also have games and food purchase. We are hoping to have a dance in the spring and can't wait to plan many more events. Thank you so much for this time and opportunity to speak.
Elsie, that was wonderful. Gosh, again, all these schools are doing fabulous stuff. So we're going to move on, but students, if you guys want to get back to homework, you're more than welcome to. But like I said, you guys are the highlight of our meeting, so thank you so much. And we're going to move on to 4.2 public comments. Dr. Patel.
We do have public comments tonight, and I'm going to ask Ms. Christine Peck to go ahead and get them started. We'll be keeping track of time based on topic as described by Board Member Zhu.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. 4.2 comments, a reminder for those attending, are for unagendized items. So our first speaker under item 4.2 public comments is Shane McCool. Shane, go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I wasn't able to speak last time when it was my turn because ironically I was on a Zoom with a rabbi. This is what I was going to say. If the high schoolers in our high schools are never taught units on the Holocaust or about the 2 million detained Uyghurs in internment camps, and you choose not to add these groups to your ethnic studies curricula, as is the case right now, then you are doing a huge disservice to teens and to society. If the school districts honestly believe that teaching about oppression, bias, and discrimination is important, that purposely excludes certain groups, even groups that have faced the largest genocides in world history, what does that say? I was shocked that the section in your book, Uncharted Territory, called He's at the End of His Rope Now, did not have even one discussion question out of the 9 that included anything about the millions that Hitler is responsible for murdering. I chose to email Jim Burke, the author of Uncharted Territory, because the district was so unresponsive to my queries. Unlike the district, Carol Osborne, or executive directors I met with in May, Mr. Burke validated my concerns. This is part of his email back to me. I quote, "Within the larger context of the unit, the questions you raise certainly come up when reading and discussing the set of texts as a collection of text set. As Uncharted Territory is a reader, an anthology of texts, it relies on teachers to supplement or frame its context within the text or course. As in the case of the ethnic studies course you mentioned, which I have discussed on a number of occasions with guests at social events at Irving Unger's house, actually, it would fall to the teacher or teachers to make decisions about what to emphasize and how to approach the content in what I would assume would be their social studies class as opposed to the English classes I teach. I share your concern about how material, artworks, fiction, nonfiction, and so on can be repurposed in ways that strip it of its original value or intent. Francine Prose and Cynthia Cizik have both written about the way the Diaries of Anne Frank often gets treated as if it were just the ordinary angst and struggles of your typical teenage girl. I made many notes about the ethnic lit class in my feedback last spring. How will parents like myself know that feedback like mine was incorporated into the ethnic studies curriculum? My speaking about this today is documentation of my third request to have the ethnic studies community feedback published, just like the city of San Diego does for its board meetings. You have been asked multiple times by parents of other religions and cultures to publish what was changed in the ES classes in response to public input also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCool. Next speaker on this topic is Ram Bharat. Ram, go ahead.
Hello. I'm a PUSD parent, an immigrant, a person of color, and a member of an ethnic minority community. I'm calling in to express my concerns about the selection criteria for this year's Teachers of the Year Awards. The proclamations in section 4.4 on pages 14 and 15 in the meeting agenda from September 9th document and in your 2021 Teachers of the Year website are full of terms and language from the playbook of critical race theory, identitarianism, and equity, and they do little to nothing to foster social cohesion and unity between students of different backgrounds, nor do they improve educational outcomes for vulnerable and disadvantaged students at PUSD. My comments are in no way directed against any of this year's awardees, but on the awards process and evaluation criteria itself. I'm in support of all efforts to improve educational quality, teacher workforce, true diversity, and better outcomes for students of all backgrounds. But I remain firmly opposed to politicized attempts to create strife in our community through the use of non-pedagogical criteria. Teaching excellence awards should be based on improved student outcomes, especially in science, math, and English literacy. And the school district should ensure that recipients demonstrate a commitment to ideological and political neutrality, viewpoint diversity, and the ability to foster a strong learning environment. As parents, we do want our children to learn about and appreciate the contributions of multiple ethnic groups and cultures in our diverse society, but without excessive emphasis on narrow group identities and without minimizing their individuality and without undermining their common underlying aspirations and journeys as Americans. We need transparent, objective, and well-documented evaluation mechanisms to recognize and reward teachers based on merit, performance, effective teaching and communication skills, expertise and educational excellence in their respective subject matter areas, and not based on their pursuit of activist agendas of a non-academic, non-educational nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on this topic is Yuan Liu. Yuan Liu.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Our honorable board member of Poway Unified. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Yuan Liu. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I'm a parent, local resident, and taxpayer who is alarmed by the PUSD's trend of embracing a narrow political doctrine under the name of racial equity and inclusion. Specifically, I want to speak in opposition to the way in which the PUSD is implementing a race-based doctrine through the racial equity program. As ethnic studies and other crystallization of critical race theories, such as the selection of its teacher of the year, where I fully support the district's effort to genuinely improve the teacher workforce, educational quality through diversity and equal access for all students. I firmly oppose politicized attempts to create racial strife in our community, dressed in fancy yet amorphous code words of a political rather than education nature. The Teacher of the Year proclamation, the racial equity framework, and the ethnic studies literature curriculum are all rooted in a critical race theory or anti-racist framework based on empirical research. We shouldn't subscribe to a false decor of privilege or marginalized misportray perceived racial inequities as a universal accepted truth and insinuate anti-racist action as necessary to combat perceived racism. We need a good faith effort to identify good teachers based on merit, performance, and dedication, not by their affinity to a certain ideological agenda. PUSD is nested in a prosperous and growing community. It represents a multilingual and diverse student population. The notion that systematically racist plagues our community and we must celebrate teachers who are committed to equity work is an oversimplified our complex society. It just stokes racial animosity, divides individuals by the virtue of their skin color, and yet will not lift up any students of any background educationally. If we are truly serious about improving our district as a whole, let us highlight educational excellence and academic progress, not some vague, ambiguous document. For your reference, please visit rejectcrt.org and read a powerful joint statement signed by a racially political.
Your time is up. Next speaker on this topic is Joe Nalvin. Joe Nalvin. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I urge you to keep anti-Semitism out of the Poway School District. You might consider the problem of anti-Semitism solved with the previous input from the Anti-Defamation League. However, the problem may arise under student social action projects and classes in which this is a curriculum requirement. This problem can be avoided if you formally adopt the guardrails stated in the recently passed bill, AB 101, that makes ethnic studies a graduation requirement. Poway's ethnic studies class outline has an objective to identify threats to identity in order to advocate for positive social change. This objective, without oversight from the community, can actually lead to social harms. The State Board of Education drafted an ethnic studies model curriculum. That first draft contained anti-Semitic materials and anti-Semitic tropes. Governor Newsom, as you may recall, vetoed that effort, and those anti-Semitic materials were removed for the most part. However, many of those who drafted that first curriculum resigned and created what they called liberated ethnic studies. Those anti-Semitic materials and tropes were reincorporated into their curriculum. What are the guardrails against this evasion of anti-Semitic tropes in this school district? The liberated ethnic studies curriculum sees itself giving voice to Palestinians in California claiming human rights violations in Israel. From their view, it is a small leap to canceling Jews on college campuses. This is a major problem. Such problems could be part of a high school class when some student stories become mobilized to create social change. This may be positive for one student and negative for another. Such curricula can play upon the many ethnic antagonisms from around the world that can and have been imported here, unless we have teachers, administrators, and students attend to the guardrails that need to be imposed on social justice classroom projects. The Liberated Ethnic Studies curriculum explicitly adopts critical race theory. Other school districts like Poway Unified adopt an implicit one. Both explicit and implicit critical race pedagogies embrace a racialized sense of self, collective notions of guilt and victimhood, little sense of redemption and change, a world of the oppressed and the oppressors, and emphasize subjective narratives rather than objective findings. Student social action projects need guardrails to avoid the demonization of the other. Where are the guardrails in the Poway Unified School District? The guardrails in AB 101 are a good starting point. Please adopt them for teaching ethnic studies in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Nalvin. Next speaker is Frank Zhu. Frank Zhu, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, Mr. Zhu.
Good evening. My name is Frank Shu. I would like to address the board and the superintendent about the Teachers of the Year. Even though it's moved off the agenda in today's meeting, I see Tasha is nominated mainly because of her effort to push anti-racism task force in Del Norte High School. So if right now the school district already nominated her with this reason, and that means the school district endorsed this anti-racism movement. And you know what? Anti-racism theory is critical race theory based ideology. And in past several months, Ms. Carol Osborne and Ms. Christine Pack repeatedly denied that the school district is teaching critical race theory. And now this Teacher of the Year provides you the evidence that you are teaching the ideology of critical race theory. So board, please be aware of this unconstitutional and dangerous teaching to our next generations. And PUSD's Racial Equity and Inclusion Portal lists anti-racism guru, Dr. Ibram X. Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, as a key resource. So what does anti-racism mean? In its most literal form, anti-racism is the antidote to racism, which is presumed to be prevalent in our schools. Dr. Kendi famously wrote, quote, "The only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination." So by naming Ms. Tasha as Teacher of the Year, you are promoting racial discrimination based on Dr. Kendi's teaching. So please think twice if that is really the board want to promote in our school districts. Further, the anti-racism ideology says, if you are not an anti-racist, you are a racist. Do you think any kid dare to be labeled as a racist in a school setting? So promoting this ideology actually makes kids who do not believe in this ideology feel unsafe, and it will harm the critical thinking of all our kids. And it's not creating a positive learning environment for our kids. And board, I agree with you that the September 9 incident is not good, but please do not use that as an excuse to reject in-person meetings. Across the county, many school districts already open in-person meetings. And please listen to the community and to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Next speaker is Marty Redman. Marty Redman. Go ahead, Marty.
Yes, hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's a privilege. First, let me just give my thanks to the educators and administrators and teachers out there who are working hard and giving 110% to teach our children. We want to remember those folks. Like many others, representing a very diverse population here in the Poway Unified School District. I moved here many years ago in large part because of the excellent reputation that our school district has had. And I'm glad that I did so. I've graduated 3 children all the way from Rolling Hills. Give a shout out to Rolling Hills up through high school. And they flourished in this wonderful environment. But you know what? That has changed drastically. If I'm very honest, if I had younger children today, I would most likely choose homeschooling or a private school over entrusting my children to Poway Unified. It pains me to say that, but that's how far I believe that this leadership has strayed from their primary mission of educating our children. Why do I feel that way? Well, in my studies, I've come to the conclusion that politicians, administrators, and union leaders are force-feeding critical race theory into every aspect of our beloved school district. I've coined CRT the new racism. Look how far we've fallen in such a short amount of time. Instead of fighting the evils of racism through education in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., teachers are now apparently expected to inject this new racism deeply into our students so that skin color is once again used as the primary means of judging someone's internal character. How can that not lead to distrust? How can that not have the opposite effect of the no hate policies that are so wonderfully embodied at all of our schools? Why am I speaking out? I don't want our students to have to look back in 10 or 20 years and wonder why their educators did not prepare them to compete in a global economy, working side by side with folks from every possible background. And I don't want them to ask why parents stood by and allowed this to happen. I don't want them to live in a world where racial strife is being increased rather than diminished in a nation that by any fair assessment is one of the most inclusive.
Thank you. Your time is up, Mr. Redmond. Next speaker under.
Pardon my interruption, but I just wanted to inform the board that we have reached 15 minutes on the topic of CRT / racial equity.
Thank you. That concludes that topic. I do have one more unrelated under 4.2. Next speaker is Jason Gage. Jason Gage, go ahead.
Hello? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go
All
ahead.
right. First, I want to say thank you for taking the time. And I know how hard it is to be up there and try and be the best that you can for our kids. And like the last caller, I really like what he had to say. And I believe a lot of what he said is valid. And like him, I moved my kids into this district and I opened a business here in Poway because I heard such good things about this area. But my concern is how we've been locked out from any kind of participation in our kids. And for example, right now, I'm in my kitchen by myself instead of being there, which I'd rather be there speaking to you guys. But the 14 days to slow the spread has become 19 months. You guys shut down our schools. You never gave us an option. You guys just shut down our schools and we didn't know what to do, but that's what we had to do. And then it quietly became a month. And then you quietly took away the whole year and you never gave us an option. You guys just shut us down. And then we go to start the new year and now you just force masks on us, which I guess we had to do that because that was the only option. No discussion, no options, no plan A, no plan B. That's just what we did. And now the doors are shut where we can't come and talk to you in person. And it just seems like this COVID thing has kind of been railroaded to where now there's like this disconnect of our kids and the schools. And it's obvious that it's happening. You've given our rights and learning away to the state. And I've called Gavin Newsom and he doesn't call back. I've called Naomi Bardock and Thomas J. Aragon, who is masking our kids, and they ignore us. And I've spoken to members of your board, and they forward me to the California Health and Human Services and the CPDH, and neither of them have taken the time to even talk to me. So the fact that we're being run by Sacramento, who has no local interaction with us, is foolish. So I think we need to take our rights back and do what's best for the kids. It seems like the whole thing has been railroaded from the beginning, and we gave away our rights and our learning away to the state, who's unattentive to our needs and what we want. And coercion is being used against my family. And I hear these things about no bullying and everyone should feel welcome. And this is a great place to learn, but only if you want to wear a mask and get a vaccination. Otherwise, you're not allowed to participate, and you're going to be excluded from learning. And I brought my kids here because this is such a good place to be, but you're telling me that my kids can't play sports unless we have to do what you tell us we have to do, because that's what Gavin says or the state says. And those are just recommendations. They're not, it's against.
Thank you, Mr. Gage. Your time is up. Madam President, that concludes public comments under item 4.2.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. I appreciate it. On 4.3, which is an information presentation, it's about trustee area boundaries and redistricting. I know we have public comments. Do you want to do the public comments first and then go to Mr. Little? Okay, Dr. Patel, I see we have some public comments.
Yes, we have 2 public comments. Ms. Peck, would you let them in?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Patel. Our first speaker on this topic is Karen Podvin. Karen Podvin. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to encourage the board to appoint an independent citizens advisory committee to redraw the new districts for the new district map for the Poway Unified School District. This would help to prevent partisan gerrymandering and other conflicts of interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Next speaker on this topic, we have Amit Asaravala. Amit, go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, trustees. My name is Amit Asaravala from Poway. I've had the good fortune of meeting many of you. Just want to thank you and the staff and the student representatives for all your hard work, especially through the challenges of the past year and a half, 2 years. I'm here tonight to underscore what I've already written to you about redistricting, in particular the importance of creating an independent redistricting commission. As you know, the state of California uses a commission when it's time to redraw boundaries. San Diego County is using a commission. The city of San Diego is using a commission, and Poway Unified really should too. You may also know that districting is here to stay. The Supreme Court declined to overturn the California Voting Rights Act. So this is something that we need to embrace now and take seriously and make sure that there are processes in place that are fair and will work for the district well into the future. Also, the California Constitution does now explicitly allow school districts to create independent redistricting commissions. In fact, if you haven't looked at it, I highly recommend that you take a look at the California Election Code. The recent changes, Chapter 9, Section, I think 23,000, outlines very specific criteria on how to set up an independent commission to ensure that it's fair and not specifically partisan. So I hope you'll take a look at that. I hope that you will consider the examples that are already set up by the state, county, and the city and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jana Johnson. We do have a third speaker on item 4.3. Jana, go ahead. Jana, it's your turn to speak on item 4.3. Go ahead.
Okay, I saw the button for unmuting. Thank you. In 2017, there was a strong public push against the trustee-selected PUSD district map, known then as Map 131. Why were many in the public against it? Trustees were given the basic requirement to establish each district area as a community of interest as defined in the California Constitution. Map 131 did not meet the requirement. PUSD is composed of 5 primary high schools, their corresponding middle and elementary schools, and the involved parents and families in those communities. The election areas should have been designed as closely as possible around these logical communities of interest, especially since this is a school district we're talking about. Also, trustees were given the explicit direction that communities of interest shall not include relationships with political parties or incumbents. And we need to take that to heart. In 2017, I, along with many other parents, spoke to this board numerous times about the conflict of interest in elected officials selecting their own district maps. The most obvious reason was that the current trustees would be selecting a map that allowed them to define whether they could be reelected as trustees. Instead, at that time, 3 of you trustees voted for Map 131, the current map, the map that the San Diego Union Tribune called a classic example of gerrymandering. And interestingly, those 3 of you are still on this board while the others who voted against it are gone. The PUSD area is 8 miles east-west, 7 miles north-south, an overall area of 56 square miles. The 3 trustees that voted for Map 131 live within 2 miles of each other, centered around Rancho Penasquitos. To those parents listening, please consider whether your trustee lives within your school boundary and understands your school problems. I do hope so. There is an easy fix for this situation, currently followed by the state of California and much of San Diego County. Trustees, you have a public opportunity to do the responsible thing. We are asking you to direct PUSD staff to create a nonpartisan, non-appointed Citizens Redistricting Commission with the authority to select a final fair district map for Poway Unified School District. I appreciate your thoughts about this, and I hope you take it to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item 4.3.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Little, if you would like to address 4.3, the redistricting.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. I believe we're just now pulling up the presentation, so if you bear with us for just a moment. There it is. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we have a guest with us this evening, Mr. Andrew Bishop from Cooperative Strategies, who will assist with the presentation. Let's get it opened here for the cover slide. Let's go back to the cover slide, please. There we go. And can we put it on the full slide, possibly? Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. As we shared at our September board meeting, the district is required to ascertain how the results of the recent 2020 census data impact trustee areas, if at all. And so this evening, we're going to present the results of that analysis, and we will discuss next steps. Next slide, please. As you'll recall, and as was just referenced in some of the public comments, in 2018, the district undertook a robust public process of redrawing trustee areas as a result of moving to trustee area elections. That process resulted in hundreds of potential maps being submitted by the public, with over 30 being considered for approval by the board. This effort is not that process. Pursuant to Ed Code Section 5019.5, while the goal is clear to address population movement between 2 censuses, the process is a little less defined. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. What is clear, as we will note in the presentation to follow, is that based on the data, some minor adjustments to trustee areas will be necessary. These changes will not, however, impact the current trustees' terms. So with that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to Andrew Bishop at this time to review the analysis and to discuss next steps. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you for having me tonight. As Ron said, I'm here to discuss the analysis of the 2020 census data and its impacts on Poway Unified. So, as Ron mentioned, when we have by area elections, we are charged with reevaluating those trustee areas when there is a new census that is released. And so following the release of the 2020 census data by the state of California on September 20th of this year, we have since run that analysis. And some takeaways from the 2010 to 2020 census are Poway has seen a growth of almost 17,000 people, about 8.8% in the last 10 years. So pretty tremendous growth. And as you can see down below, most of that growth has been within trustee area A, the west side of the district, corresponding with where the district has seen a lot of its development occur over the last decade. This is just quickly a review of Poway Unified, the current city makeup, San Diego and the city of Poway, where your jurisdictions lie. But as we look at that 2020 census data, what you can see is right now, there has been tremendous growth in all classes of people. And it has been primarily focused within the Asian population and the Hispanic Latino populations within the district. So that's where you have seen the most growth. And as you'll see here, one of the things we're charged with when we're looking at trustee areas are to consider communities of interest under federal law. So as part of the Federal Voting Rights Act, we have to consider communities of interest like communities and make sure we're not cracking them, packing them, or disrupting their ability to elect candidates. And so what we've outlined here is the density of the Asian population within Poway Unified, as the Asian population represents the largest subgroup of protected class peoples in Poway Unified. They make up nearly 21% of the total voting population within the district. So as was discussed, trustee areas were approved by Poway Unified in 2018, and this is a quick overview of that map. As I had mentioned before, primarily the growth has been here in trustee area A, and we have seen the least growth here in trustee area B. So when we evaluate that 2020 census data by trustee area, what we see is a variance right now of 32.5% between your most populated trustee area, area A, and your least populated trustee area B. So when we're conducting these analyses, the goal, we want to have an equal distribution of population within our trustee areas, and the benchmark is a 10% variance. That's what we're going for, from your least populated to your most populated. We don't have more than a 10% variance in those populations. And with the growth that has happened between the 2010 census and 2020, we're now sitting at 32.5%. That variance was likely higher when the trustee areas were approved, but again, the trustee areas are approved using census data. So although they were approved in 2018, they were approved on that 2010 census. So now that we know that there is a variance that exceeds the standard, the Poway Unified School District will probably need to reconsider adjusting its trustee areas, as Ron had mentioned earlier. And what are those considerations that we look for when trying to create trustee areas or adjust them? First and foremost, we want to have equal distribution of population within our trustee areas. Again, that 10% variance. We want to have them drawn to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. So we want to make sure that we're keeping them compact, contiguous where possible, using landmarks and other features to help define the boundaries. We want to respect communities of interest as much as possible. We don't want to crack neighborhoods, like neighborhoods, and dilute the votes of protected classes of people. Other considerations we can look at would be school boundaries that were mentioned by the public, geographic features, city boundaries, county boundaries. Obviously, you know, other things to consider would be incumbency and such. And so really that discussion has to happen, you know, going forward from this point are what is key to Poway, what is key to the citizens of the district, and how do we move forward. So going forward, we're meeting tonight to discuss the initial analyses. And from there, it's recommended that Locker Strategies would prepare potential draft scenario attendance or maps of the trustee areas. And we would like to solicit input where possible. And by November 15th, the goal would be to have draft scenarios available to the public. Those maps would then be reviewed at the November meeting, and we would then have time to revise those maps in November, December, and come back in January, February with some final maps. So hopefully after the November board meeting, when we have some initial analyses, initial scenarios, we can then solicit input from the board, from the public, and really take into account all those considerations and come up with the best scenarios for the board to approve in January. Once we approve those trustee areas, we're gonna we have to submit them to the county, and then we will, the deal would be to get them on the election for the November 22 election.
I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point, Madam President.
Thank you. Trustees, do you guys have any questions? I just want to clarify so that people, this is purely about trustee election areas. This has nothing to do with where kids go to school, where their lines are for their schools. Can you just kind of let people, you know, kind of define that for them?
So each trustee area that we define is going to be an election area. So a person who wishes to represent that trustee area must reside in that area, and they only people who live in that area can vote in that election for that trustee area. It doesn't involve schools, and it doesn't involve attendance boundaries. Those are considerations we can obviously look at when devising scenarios or proposed trustee areas if they meet the community standards, if there are definitive communities of interest. I know that a lot of these communities of interest do cross over school lines. They don't fit neatly. It's nice to have school communities lumped together, but that's not our sole consideration.
Any other comments? All right. Well,
I do have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I just lowered it. I have a question for you, Mr. Bishop. In our statement of work contract, section 2D, I don't know if you have it in front of you or familiar with it.
I do not.
Okay, it just talks about assist in public outreach, and I wanted to know what your plan was for public outreach.
I would have to talk with my staff. I live on the East Coast. So any public outreach will be held by my staff there in Orange County, but typically that involves attendance at meetings, organizing community meetings where we can unveil scenarios, so solicit public input. We can set up websites, any kind of information where we can gather data from the public. There are options to set up online districting tools where the community can create their own versions of scenarios, and we can harvest data that way. So there's a number of things that we can do, and we can discuss with staff on how we want to have community outreach.
Okay, thank you. And I have a second question on the slide 9, which we just finished. You have a for the November, December timeframe, you have revised maps based on district direction and feedback. Will that also include the public feedback at that point?
Yes, if there whatever public feedback we're given, yes, we'll try to incorporate into multiple scenarios, multiple looks at the trustee areas. So whatever we have at that time, and then if there's more public input after that point, we'll obviously come back again.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Zane.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Bishop, just a quick question. I noticed on your in your presentation, you referenced there's a couple slides that talks about the different percentages of the various races, et cetera. But I think, as you also said, the races in and of themselves don't necessarily define community of interest. And I know it's very preliminary, and you're still going to dive into these numbers more, but from what you see on the surface level, do you see, can you envision a redistricting scenario in which one of these racial minority populations a district can be drawn such that a racial minority population is a majority of the voting age population in any given district?
I would have to dive more into the data on that to see where how I could concentrate populations, but given just the overall makeup of the community, I think it may be hard to isolate and give a full minority majority area, just because population is pretty distributed throughout the district.
Thank you.
There are concentrations, but not nearly in the levels that I've seen in other communities.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
I do have one more comment I want to make.
Okay.
I am hearing from members of the community that they want to be definitely involved in helping put their community interests forward. So I do hope that we have some robust opportunities for our community to comment on the maps, and if it requires it beyond the 15-minute time limit at board meetings. So I'm very interested to see what we have planned for perhaps maybe one Zoom session, if that's a possibility, to have community input. I think that would be very important, especially considering what happened in the previous round. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Little and Mr. Bishop. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no other comments. I will go ahead and move on to 4.4, which is an information presentation, the Community Facilities District Special Tax Reduction Plan. Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you again, Madam President. This evening, we're going to present our first annual update on the special tax reduction plan that we shared with the board for the first time in the summer of 2020. And shortly, our municipal advisor, Mr. Bauer of Fieldman Rollup and Associates, and his associate will facilitate the conversation. Next slide, please. Prior to diving into the update, however, I just want to take a moment to provide the board and the public some context by way of reminder. So remember that the special tax reduction plan relates to our CFDs, our community facilities districts, and our IAs, our improvement areas. You'll recall that a CFD is simply a mechanism through which substantial infrastructure is financed for the benefit of the community. So for example, a developer owns a large parcel of land within obviously our school district boundaries. It's undeveloped, virtually empty of roads and sewer lines, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. And so the CFD allows us to sell bonds, right, issue debt in order to fund the bones of a community, schools and roads and parks and sewers, and eventually homes are built within that CFD. And then these bonds that we sold must be paid back, right? The investors need to be reimbursed. And so the future property owners within the CFDs are assessed these special taxes. And those are the taxes that we use to repay the construction of this initial infrastructure. So if you think about it as sort of as your mortgage payment on your own home, right? Our mortgage payments that we write every month go to repay off the debt associated with our initial investment in the property and the buildings on our property. Similarly, special taxes only service the debt related to the original infrastructure investment. Next slide, please. The law around CFDs and our formation documents permit districts to assess special taxes a bit above the amount required to service the debt. And this is primarily to protect the investors from homeowners' delinquencies and defaults and to pay for related administrative expenses. So our special tax plan leverages these surplus funds by reinvesting them, as Mr. Bauer will talk about, to the extent possible to accelerate the debt payment. So by way of that same analogy, we're paying off our mortgage early. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Bauer.
Great, thank you, Mr. Little. We also have Rachel Chang Quay, who will pick up when I leave off. But the Poway Unified School District has a robust CFD program. There are 38 CFDs and improvement areas. Improvement areas are subsets of a CFD. We have, between the CFDs and improvement areas, more than $450 million worth of debt outstanding that is supported by these CFDs. That's a lot like that mortgage structure that Mr. Little had referenced, where these CFDs, their special taxes, go to repay those different series of bonds. And I'll give you a high level of those outstanding bonds in a few slides. And beginning in 2020, we really wanted to work on a plan to say, how do we work to repay this early and provide taxpayer savings to the community? And that's really what this is. This plan is meant to be updated annually. It takes into consideration other facilities that need to be financed, along with the debt that is in place, and then any modifications we can make to that debt over time. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Your CFD programs began in, we have CFD formed in 1987, and you see just a few of them, or just one for that year. And then really in that late 1990s through 2009, you really had a robust amount of CFD formations. And a lot of districts that had CFDs, this is the time when they really did grow. This was a really aggressive housing market. A lot of schools were being built. And then you saw a bit of a slowdown throughout with the Great Recession, and your CFD program slowed down as well. But then you had some in 2012 and 2014. So and then if we turn to the next slide, we really start to get into how we organized our analysis. We organized it into three categories, which are represented by these three circles. The first one has a joint acquisition agreement, and your staff is, they affectionately refer to this as the JAA districts. And probably a lot of people look at us and say, what are you guys talking about? But we all know it comprises of those 10 CFDs. And there are some standalone debt, and then there's the JAA subordinate bonds. And that's why those 10 get that designation as a JAA. These, after all the other debts paid, these JAA districts have these subordinate bonds that the revenue goes to repay. Then we have the COP districts, certificates of participation. And these districts also have their standalone bonds. And then we have some COPs, what we call subordinate debt there. Here, what's important is this one has that variable rate component. So you've seen me talk about this one in the past, where we negotiate with a bank to lock in like a period of time. We did 3 years. This is coming up September 1, 2022. So we'll be working to either lock that, restructure it, or in some fashion address early next year. And then we have the districts that just have their standard standalone financings with them. And these are what we call the available surplus districts. And these districts are much more like a lot of other school districts throughout the state of California, where you just have kind of one kind of debt associated with it, not having senior and subordinate debt tied to it. So I will turn it over to Rachel to walk us through some of the details of our updated analysis.
Great, thank you. To continue on, every year, the approach that we take can be summarized as a threefold approach. what you can see on this slide, first one, we look at the CFD and all the improvement area debt service obligation that Mr. Bauer just discussed on the prior slide. Secondly, we take into consideration any of your current and or future facility needs. And lastly, we will be able to determine the ability to reduce or terminate the levy of special taxes. And for purpose of this plan, we have assumed that there are 4 different facility projects that over the next 3 years will be needed by the school district, and they're shown on the bottom of this slide number 7. It is very important to note that all these assumptions are a snapshot in time, sitting here in 2021, just like what we did updating the 2020 plan. We'll continue to update these annually and reflect any permanent changes in any of these 3 categories. And moving on to the next slide, and I will jump right into the updates for this year and to update the board on the conclusion of our 2021 evaluation of the special tax reduction plan. First, for the JAA districts, we are estimating the projected savings to increase to $812 million, with 20 years of special taxes prepaid on average for these 10 CFDs. And for the COP district, the results are similar to last year's. The savings is about approximately $190 million, with 8 years prepaid on average. For the surplus districts, projected savings is $222 million with 12 years prepaid. When you compare this particular category of CFDs to the 2020 projections, you may ask why there has been a decrease in savings. This is mainly due to an update to the assumptions that we use for the CFDs that particularly do not currently have, but are expected to have bonds issued in the future. After input that we received after last year's presentation, we updated this particular assumption in an effort to present the most realistic results of this reduction plan, so that if bonds are expected to be issued in the future, we made assumptions that they will be. Therefore, the available taxes are reduced accordingly. And this brings me to slide number 9. All the CFDs and IAs combined, all 38 of them in this reduction plan update, we concluded that the total long-term savings to CFD taxpayers are projected to be over $1.2 billion. Next slide, please. Just a few final thoughts to conclude the presentation. While it has served the district well, Poway USD CFD program is a mature program. After decades of growth, we've seen the enrollment plateau. And with that, we plan to review on an ongoing basis to find the fine balance between funding needed for projects, repaying the debt, and reducing the special taxes. So as presented tonight, surplus special taxes may now be used to accelerate the repayment of the CFD obligation, resulting in substantial taxpayer savings. Last but not the least, you heard us throughout this presentation, the special tax reduction plan is meant to be dynamic, revisited annually, and revised as needed. To re-emphasize some of these revisions over the past 12 months, CFD number 1 was retired last year in 2020. And this particular plan does not prohibit a district from continuing to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars and take advantage of refinancing opportunity. For example, CFD number 6 was refunded in 2020. CFD number 16 and 16 improvement area A bonds were also issued in 2020. As Mr. Bauer mentioned earlier, the district will consider whether to refinance and pay down a portion of the 2012 COP early next year. I will stop here and then happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Are there any questions for this good news?
Madam
Would you
President,
like to-
just a comment. I just want to thank the team for this really good news. I think this is going to really make our community quite happy with how we're managing our finances. We've been doing a really good job in the last few years in picking things up for the district. And this just adds to that good news. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. No other comments? Like I said, thank you so much for that. That was wonderful to see. And I am sure everyone in those districts will be happy to see that. Moving on to 5.3, Clerk Patel, do we have any comments for an item that we need to pull in the consent calendar?
There is one speaker on my list for 5.3E.
All right, so we will be pulling 5.3E. Are there any other items on the consent calendar that anyone wishes to pull? Then may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 5.3E?
Motion to approve.
And I'll second that.
By Dr. Zane and a second by Dr. Patel.
No,
All those
Dr.
in,
Zane, please.
did I say Dr. Zane too? Hey.
It's the Purvis doctorate. It's a whole different sort of doctorate.
All right, well, all those in favor, please say aye. Unfortunately, this is just for the board, the elected board members. Winnie will get you on the next one. It passes 5-0. And if we can hear the comment for 5.3E, that would be wonderful.
Ms.
Thank you, President Kubra and Dr. Patel. The public comment request for item 5.3E comes from Shane McCool. Shane, go ahead.
Hi, hello. I just want to make sure you have vetted the buses and their reliability so the school district does not provide potentially unsafe transportation for children. If this line item is approved, then the parents will have to assume that you have full understanding of the historical issues with battery electric buses and that you are vetting the safety of the buses. These are the types of issues that have been seen in the last few years with these battery electric buses, or BEBs as they are referred to. They are negatively affected by extreme temperatures, such as buses impaired by the heat, negatively affected by the topography of the route, such as buses stalling on hills, requiring more service calls than older buses, and have unpredictable driving ranges below advertised distances, such as batteries dropping to 15% charge after 68 miles, BEB breakdowns needing jump starts, failing to complete their routes, white smoke coming from rear wheels, braking systems struggling on hills, service calls because of the way drivers brake. Proterra buses have caught on fire in LA County. As of July 21, 2021, 47% of Foothill Transit buses, which is in the West Covina area, but in LA County, again, manufactured by Proterra in LA, were out of service, 47%. A row of electric buses caught fire in China in May. A charging electric bus caught on fire in Stuttgart, destroying 25 buses just this past September 30th. Buses at a bus stop ignited after one electric bus caught on fire in Hanover, Germany. BYD Limited, prime supplier of electric buses in Southern California, has a record of poor performance and mechanical problems. I just want to impress that please find out who is manufacturing the electric bus batteries of the buses that you're going to get from CARB, and make sure that the company has good reviews and that you vet the manufacturer before entrusting the BEB for the kids riding the bus. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent items.
Thank you so much. Do I have a motion to approve 5.3E?
Motion to approve.
On a motion by Dr. Seitzma, do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Dr. Patel. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. And Ms. Sue, you can now vote on this one. Fantastic. Motion carries 6-0. If it's okay with everyone, we'd like to take about a 10-minute break and we come back at 7:45. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now starting again. The time is 7:47, and we will be on 6.0, Personnel Support Services. 6.1 is an action item, the ratification of the memorandum of understanding with Poway School Employees Union Unit 1 and Unit 2 regarding health and welfare benefits for plan year 2022. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Kubret. On September 10th, the district and PSCA reached an agreement regarding health and welfare benefits for both Unit 1 and Unit 2 for the upcoming plan year of 2022. The MOU was ratified by the PSCA membership on September 17th with 89% of the votes in favor. This MOU is a temporary fix for the upcoming year and allows the district to implement the health and welfare benefits program prior to open enrollment deadlines. And at this time, PSCA and PUSD are continuing with reopener negotiations and continue to discuss a permanent redesign of the health and welfare model. And we've committed to reach that agreement no later than March 1st, so that it's effective for the following plan year in 2023. The terms of this MOU include the following. Of the total annual savings generated from PSCA employees who opt out of insurance coverage, $1.4 million will be utilized for premium rate supplement to mitigate further substantial increases to any out-of-pocket cost. And $750,000 of opt-out savings will be allocated to the district's OPEB irrevocable trust, which is used for retiree benefits. The remaining balance generated from opt-out savings will go to the district's general fund. In addition, all remaining PSCA designated funds in Fund 67 that are earmarked for retiree benefits will be transferred to the irrevocable trust, and that is approximately $2 million. Finally, cash to warrant for participating cash warrant of any new hires effective September 20th will no longer be available for any new hires going forward. The agreed upon MOU is attached to the agenda item for your review and final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Are there any questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
On a motion by Dr. Patel, do I have a second? A second by Mr. Zane. All those in favor? Aye. Seeing all five, fantastic. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 6.2 is an action item as well. The approval of salary reallocations for classifications identified as part of the year 2 of the classification review cycle. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Kubret. The Personnel Commission, through the work of a consultant, has conducted and completed a classification review for job families that were identified under year 2 of the review cycle. This included the lifeguard, human resources, school community interface, and student support series. The consultant's work provided class job descriptions that were edited to provide clarity of the duty, establish uniform statements, identify distinguishing characteristics, and also the increasing levels of responsibility among a series of jobs. The consultant also conducted analysis of how each position aligns internally to ensure proper placement on the salary schedules. These final recommendations were provided to the Personnel Commission on June 28, which approved the recommended revisions to certain job descriptions, updated a few job titles, and established 2 new position classifications, as well as approved the recommendations for proposed salary reallocations. The district and PSCA have completed negotiations on certain negotiable areas, and the agenda item includes the list of classification titles that are recommended for new title and/or proposed salary grade increase. The agenda item has been amended with an update for one classification title indicated as Parent Community Initiatives Facilitator with an edit to the recommended salary grade to be approved at range 30. The projected final fiscal impact of these recommendations is $249,346 from the general fund. And the board is asked to approve the final recommendations from the year 2 classification review cycle with the noted correction.
Motion to approve.
All right, on a motion by Mr. Zane, I'm sorry, was there a second out there already?
Yep, second.
All right, a second by Dr. Patel. All those in favor, keep your hands up and say aye. Motion carries 5-0. Fantastic. Moving on to 7.0, Business Support Services. 7.1 is an action item presentation. Approval of revised 2021-2022 general fund budget. Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. There we go. As you know, normally we place the budget revision reports on the monthly consent agenda for the board's approval. However, this evening we felt it was important to accompany the first quarter revisions with a brief presentation. Next slide, please. And here's why. So there's a lot going on fiscally speaking. We recently closed the books on last fiscal year, 2021. So we have some new beginning balances to put into the budget. We've had some significant fiscal activity, which we're going to look at very shortly. We wanted to provide you and the community with an update on the COVID funds and our expenditure plans, and finally provide you with an updated multi-year projection based on some of our most current assumptions. Next slide, please. So given all that, this is our agenda for this evening, basically just what I outlined. Next slide, please. So we'll begin with the COVID funding. A recap of the state and federal COVID mitigation resources that we've been provided over the past 18 months, $79.3 million worth of one-time funding. Next slide, please. And as we've noted in different venues in the past, each of these grants has its own purposes, its own expenditure requirements, its own deadlines, and its own accounting procedures. So navigating these present a challenge. Our staff does a great job. Our team is doing a great job. A more substantive challenge, of course, is to strategically leverage these resources together to maximize their benefit for our students, our staff, and our community. And I hope that as you see our expenditure plans over the next few slides shown for each of the next 4 years, you'll have confidence in the fact that Poway Unified is doing just that, strategically deploying these resources. So this is the CARES Act. It was the first amount of money that we got early on in the pandemic. We grouped these into high-level categories. We're happy to talk about detail, but the fact is we spent a lot of this money last year, and we're spending the remainder of this money this year. Next slide, please. The ELO money is about $23.1 million. Again, spent a little bit last year, but we were spending down the CARES Act money first. And this year, this is the pot of money that we're drawing from primarily. And that obviously is to enhance our counseling and our social emotional support. We're providing some additional academic services and support. Connect Academy is coming out of here. Learning hubs. All the technology, Chromebooks, hotspots, not all, it's paying for some. The technology is actually being paid for from multiple sources. I won't read all of these to you, but obviously supporting our student meals program was important this year as we didn't know whether or not the federal government would give us more reimbursement for each meal served, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. In-person learning grant, about half of the ELO amount. And again, some of that was spent last year, really focused sort of on pedagogical delivery methods, right? And this year we're spending some money on lower class sizes and then sort of the student health aspect of coming back to school in person, right? How can we keep kids healthy and staff healthy? And that's through testing, obviously, and screening. Et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. ESSER 1 money, this is really the federal money. Again, this was early on, and you can see that we spent some of it last year and some of it this year. Again, not a lot of money. It sort of just got us going, and it sort of supplemented what we were spending the larger amount of resources on. Next slide, please. ESSER 2, about 7.6 million. We're using this year. The T&I team is doing some very important and great work with respect to updating our server infrastructure that's been aging, obviously, and is almost antiquated. We continue with our computer modernization work, again, some more money for our student meals program now that we're aiming to serve every student in the district, both breakfasts and lunches, soon to be breakfast optional. Et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. And I think this might be the last one. Finally, ESSER 3, associate Superintendent Osborne will speak to this later in a little more detail. This is the number side of the programmatic side that she'll be talking about. And here's how we're spending the $17 million of ESSER 3 money. This money really allows us to keep the programs and the supports and the enhancements that we've put in place with one-time money going for 2 more years. So in 22-23 and 23-24, we'll continue with the enhanced mental health support and the enhanced academic support, the enhanced special education support, the enhanced nursing and counseling and technology for those 2 fiscal years with this funding. Next slide, please. What's new this year? These are additional grant funds not related to COVID necessarily that we received. We have begun planning on how best to utilize these resources to serve our students, and we will share that at a future meeting. $8.5 million of new one-time funding this year. So we added that into this revised budget. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're going to turn our attention to the general fund budget. We're going to be comparing our adopted budget that the board passed in June of 2021 to the revised budget, which, as we say on the green sheet, is from July 1 through the end of September 30th, 2021. So these are the revenues. You can see that our revenues between those 3 months, that first quarter, increased. Our revenues increased about $19.5 million. Next slide, please. And here's why. Not going to spend a lot of time going through all of these numbers, but the big ones obviously is our restricted monies. So we basically carried over quite a bit of restricted grant funds that we either didn't spend or didn't book last year. So $10.2 million of the ELO money, another $8.5 million of that new money that we just saw, $7.7 million of deferred grant money. So these are our grants that we received that I just reviewed that we haven't yet expended, but we budgeted the revenue last year, not knowing sort of the accounting treatment. We undid that revenue and now we're deferring it to the current year. Same with ESSER 2, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's this big one here at the bottom, the $17 million, which is negative. That means that our revenue has decreased by $17 million with ESSER 3. That's because we booked the revenue last year, again, not knowing, I'm sorry, we booked it this year. Sorry, we booked it this year in the adopted budget, assuming that we were going to spend it or that we could, but then learned that we can't book it until we do spend it. So that means it has to be deferred into the next fiscal year, actually into the next 2 fiscal years. Is that right?
Yes,
I'm
correct.
sitting here with Director Romero, so I'm confirming that that was correct. All right, next slide, please. On the expenditure side of the equation, again, we're looking at adopted budget numbers versus first quarter budget. You can see that our expenditures increased about $27.8 million. Next slide, please. So of that $27.8 million, the lion's share is related to carryover. So we have $5.5 million of unrestricted carryover on this very first line, and we have $17.8 million of restricted carryover on this line. So together that adds up to $23.4 million of unspent funds, primarily at the site level and some other categorical funds that roll over into this year and that are now being booked as expenditures, even though we won't expend them all, like we never do, right? Ever do in any given year. That's just how it works. We book them as expenses at this time. And then we added in about $5.9 million of new funding related to the one-time grants that we just talked about, et cetera, et cetera. And again, I'm happy to talk about any of these. We did add in $2.5 million of textbook adoption, which was sitting in our reserves as we closed the books last year. We saved that money. What's the word? We set it aside. And now we have to add it into the expenditure side of the equation so that we can buy the textbooks. These negative numbers are simply just negative expenditures. So we reduced our expenditures, which is good news. And these are just sort of the general budget adjustments that we do at a quarter or at an interim. Next slide, please. So how do those somewhat significant budget adjustments affect our bottom line? Well, interestingly enough, not so much, right? So if you look at our net activity on the unrestricted general fund, we go from a $6.7 million surplus to about an $8.5 million surplus. That's unrestricted, right? But the big movement here is on the restricted side. Of course, that's a matter of adding in all of that restricted carryover, which we know we won't spend. So again, we booked the revenue earlier, and now we're booking the expenditures, right? Because it's carryover. Earlier meaning last year or the year before. Now we're booking this expenditure, so it's going to show up as a deficit because we're spending prior year's revenues on current year expenditures. The combined net activity, you can see, because of the carryover inclusion, went from $3.2 million to $9.3 million negative. Next slide, please. That negative $9.3 million is added to the beginning balance, which has been adjusted based on the year-end close. So that gets us an ending balance of $63.3 million in our general fund, or a reserve level of 11.4%. Next slide, please. So of that $63.3 million that we're going to end the year with, that we project, here's how we break it down. Really, the only set-asides now that we have are for the STRS and PERS increases, and these were board approved, remember, at the budget adoption. $6 million for the STRS and PERS increases over the next year or two, and then we have, I think, one more year of class size reduction set aside for next year. Is that right, Director Ramirez?
We have it every year.
Yes. Okay. Very good. And that's the components. Next slide, please. All right. So now we're going to turn our attention to the multi-year assumptions. We've added in, so the important columns here are the last three. So we're not so worried about the adopted budget anymore. So now we're looking at the revised budget, the projected for next year, and the projected for the year after. We're projecting a 1% enrollment increase in each of the next 3 years or so. However, one of our more significant assumptions is that next year, 22-23, we will be funded at 2019-2020 P2 ADA levels. So in effect, what we're saying is we're going to get one more year of hold harmless from the state for our ADA funding. That's an assumption that we're making at this time. We don't know that that's going to be the case. We haven't seen it in writing anywhere. We just know that there are a lot of school districts in hurt across the state who all will face a funding cliff if the state doesn't give us one more year. So, and we're hearing some rumblings in Sacramento about talking about it. So that's an assumption that we're making. The rest you've seen before. Next slide. So based on those assumptions and based on our revisions, you can see that there's the 11.4% reserve level that we just looked at. Next year, all things being equal, will be at 14.4%, and the year after at 14.5%. Again, based on that assumption that we're funded and held harmless next year. These projections do not include any salary increases for staff. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at these numbers. Next slide, please. And I think this is the final slide. We wanted to include a slide that showed what these numbers would look like if we are not held harmless. So if in 22-23 we are funded back, we go back to being funded on our actual ADA because we've lost some students over the past 2 years. You can see the funding cliff is the only nice way to say it. From, well, that 460 includes some categorical money. You know, we're going to lose about $9 million or so in ADA revenue if we are not held harmless, and that's what these numbers basically show. That said, however, you can see that we still have pretty healthy reserve levels, right? So we're still at 11.4, 12.3, and 12.5. We also know that the COLA that is currently projected may not really mirror the inflation rate as we see it. So it may be adjusted upwards, at some point, et cetera, et cetera. So again, these are just assumptions that we're beginning with as we look forward. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Little, for that wonderful presentation. And thank goodness we got some funding to help our kids get through this COVID that we had to endure. Some questions from the other trustees. Yes, Dr. Seitzma.
Hi, just a comment and one quick question. First of all, thank you very much for this comprehensive report. It's starting to make sense to me now. But just an acronym clarification, what does ESSER stand for?
ESSER stands for, that's a great question. I have to go back to my notes. Do you have it there on your fingertips?
I have it, Ron.
Oh, please, Associate Osborne.
It's the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions out there? Oh, sorry, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe.
Not so much a question, but thank you very much, Mr. Little, for adding in the slide with the alternate assumptions about our attendance and enrollment numbers. I think that's really important to keep in mind because I hadn't heard anything about them giving us another year. So it's good to see what those numbers look like too, because from what I've heard, those are probably the more real substantial numbers. So thank you for giving us a view of both of those. I'm really pleased to see us up over a 10% reserve level again. That feels really good. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Zane.
Mr. Little,
yes.
Could you remind us briefly on the reserve percentages, what, roughly speaking, say for every 2.5% or 5% of reserve level, does that buy us in terms of time as a district to pay our bills? Is it 2.5% gives us 30 days of operating? Just you kind of get my idea. Can you?
Sure. Yeah, let's see. So 1% reserve is about $4.5 million. So 2%, which is the required state reserve for a district of our size, would be about $9 million. So I think the last we looked at this, $9 million was worth about 10 days of payroll. Does that sound about right, Director Ramiro?
Yes.
Yes, she's confirming that for me. Somewhere between 10 and 14 days of payroll.
So at roughly 10%, it's about a 30 to 45 day window. Is that?
Yeah, it's about a month and a half to 2 months of payroll.
Thank you.
Which, as you may recall, is sort of how the board landed. Part of the 10% requirement was, I think the goal was to have somewhere between 2 and 3 months of payroll, and that 10% range or goal was really right in that target.
Point. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. We have a motion by Mr. Zane. I'll second it. All those in favor, say aye. Ms. Zhu, you vote on this too. Fantastic. We are 6-0. Fantastic.
Thank you.
And now we move on to 7.2, which is an information presentation, the net metering changes and impacts to a potential district-wide solar project. Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you again, Madam President. This evening, I think we're really excited to discuss, well, not so excited to discuss the changes that may happen, but we're excited to talk about some options that we have if those changes do happen. So staff is going to present some potential changes to the solar power metering and the implications that might have on our district, and then talk about some options about how we can lock into our current structure so that we can continue to save money for the district, perhaps multi-million dollars of cost savings around energy for the district over the next 20 years or so. And so our facilities director, Mr. Coster, will make the presentation. At this point, I will turn it over to him.
All right, thank you very much. Next slide, please. All right, so the current kind of situation that we're in is recently the major public utility providers, primarily SDG&E, PG&E, and SoCal Edison, have formally proposed some fairly significant changes to the California Public Utilities Commission that would really impact some of the economic viabilities of solar projects as we move forward. Now, most of these changes that they're recommending is really centered around the concept of net metering and how credits are given for extra production from a facility. And I'll go into that in just a little bit more detail here in a second. These changes right now have not been approved. They are have been formally presented, and they're really at the Energy Commission's kind of discretion right now. They're anticipating to making a ruling on this sometime in either the January or February board meetings that they have. So, next slide. So really, what is net metering? So, I mean, it's a lot like what it sounds. It's really, you take the energy that you produce from your system, you subtract out the energy you consume, and you pay your utility provider for that net charge, right? So assuming you consume more than you produce. Right now, the systems work very similar if you have a home system, and it nets out over an annual basis, right? And so you'll kind of true up over the end of the year. And the effect of that is you basically are able to gain regular retail rates for the energy you produce. And that's particularly important for school districts as you kind of think about how our schools work. Over the summer months, our energy production is much lower than it is during the year, but that's also the time where energy production from a solar system is also the highest. So that's where we gain a lot of potential there to offset costs as we move forward. So next slide. So what really happens when we look at what's being proposed from the major utility providers? What they're providing is more of an instantaneous look. And so they're really looking at any time that you could say your meter's running backwards, right? So you're producing more than you're consuming, and you're putting it back into the grid, that you'd be selling it back at wholesale rates, which are significantly less than what we have to purchase it when we're the user of it. And that's really kind of, there's some nuances around that, but that's kind of the short version of what the major changes to this are. They're also proposing that if the Energy Commission approves this, that it goes into effect almost immediately. They did have a little bit of a grandfather period if you could get in and you could keep what is called NEM 2 or net energy metering 2, which is what we currently are under. That you could keep that rate for 5 to 8 years, which again in the long term isn't very long on these projects. If you get in currently, if we would have a project today that we would submit, you'd be grandfathered into that for a 20-year time frame. But after the first, I believe it's 5 months that they've proposed, then it would transition over to the NEM 3 rates. So next slide. So really, what does that look like for Poway Unified, or potentially look like for Poway Unified? We've been working with an organization called SPUR as we've kind of been evaluating some of our opportunities, and SPUR is a joint powers authority. It stands for the School Project for Utility Rate Reduction. And they've got an existing contract that was competitively awarded for a solar company. And we've done an initial kind of overview of our district and our utility usage. This is, again, a fairly high level study, but giving our current situation and our current usage, anticipate savings upwards of $59 million under our current rates over a 20-year period. If NEM 3, which is proposed, is adopted kind of as it currently stands, that reduces down to just under $11.5 million over a 20-year period. So fairly significant reduction in the savings. Next slide. So we can, a little bit of an eye chart here, but dive into some of the sites that we've looked at. We did look at each one of our school sites and office sites throughout the district for potential. Some just don't make sense even under the current regulations and aren't economically viable. but there's 30 sites that over a 20-year period are ultimately cash positive. And so we're looking at those to do some further research and further development. Now that, keep in mind, we have 5 sites already that have significant solar systems already in place, including Poway High, Westview, Chaparral, Oak Valley are all on a PPA that the district signed several years ago with Honeywell, and Monterey Ridge. There was a solar system that was put in with the original construction school. But the net savings over a 20-year time frame is estimated right now to be in the neighborhood of $59 million, kind of given the assumptions that are listed and this initial breakdown. So what, if you look at those same school sites and we apply what is, again, being proposed under net metering 3, next slide. That reduces, like I said, down to $11.4 million, but you can also see that 8 of those sites never are cash positive. They're always cash negative, so it wouldn't make sense. And we're cash negative for the first several years of this. And so it would be really difficult to sign up for this and move forward. Again, as written, we would be looking at like a little over or a little under $800,000 net negative for cash flow under the current NIM. All right, so next slide, please. So what are our options if we want to try to get under and secure the current rate structure that is given to us by our energy providers? Well, one is we've worked through with Spur and their contractor who's on board with them, Forefront. They're willing to proceed kind of at their own risk if the district signs a letter of intent, which basically would state to the effect that we would continue to develop these projects and evaluate moving forward and move forward in good faith with looking at these systems. They would complete the designs that are required in order to submit to SDG&E. In order to receive and get grandfathered in, we don't have to complete the projects before the Energy Commission makes their decision. We just have to have submitted the interconnection application. Okay, so that's really kind of the timeline. So ideally we'd like to get that in before the January board meeting that they have to secure that 20-year lock rate into the current structure. So that's really the time-sensitive piece of this. Next slide. So we look forward, okay, what are the next step for us? So our team is continuing to work with Spur and their contractor to further develop these projects. We anticipate bringing to the board for your review and hopeful approval to authorize the district to issue a letter of intent to move forward with these projects and move forward with Spur and Forefront, their contractor, to execute in good faith, move these projects forward. They would complete the designs and complete the work that's required to submit the interconnection applications for the school sites. And then we would continue to evaluate and work through the specifics of each site for what really makes sense for the district. Now, keep in mind, this does not obligate the district to move forward with any of these projects. Each one would be stand on its own merit, and we would go forward that way. Now, there are, like I said, 30 potential sites that we've looked at that ultimately we anticipate being cash positive. We would not be able to do a project that instantaneously puts in 30 sites. It would have to be phased in. There's a lot of logistics that are yet to be worked out with the contractor if we would move forward with these. But we could move forward, as early as starting this summer with some of these projects. So, with that, I'll open to any questions.
Yes, Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe.
Hi, Chad. I don't know if you're going to know the answer to this or not, but I know that our energy expenses for all school districts, not just us, has been going up substantially over the last bunch of years. And this is just a kick in the head. I like that we have some options potentially for getting grandfathered in under the existing system if the California Public Utilities Commission even approves this 3.0, 2.0 good, 3.0 bad. I think that we really need to take this to the governor and our legislators and the California Public Utilities Commission to make them understand what the new proposal would mean to school districts. Yes, absolutely. Let's pursue something to get us grandfathered in under 2.0, just in case 3.0 comes to pass. But at the same time, we absolutely owe it to ourselves and everybody. We need to let the Public Utilities Commission know that this is a terrible thing for school districts. We find as rates go up, they kept telling us, we'll put in solar, that'll solve everything. And we did. And so now they're going to take that savings away from us too. We need to lobby on this, and we need a really good letter. We need the School Boards Association. We need Cal SSD. We need every lobbying organization that touches school districts to be all over this. This is a huge slap in the face. 50 million to 11 million? No, no. We need something substantial. We need professionals on this. And as soon as we have a good letter, we need to be pushing this out to everyone who cares about schools, to have them send letters too. But we need that template. And I'm not suggesting necessarily, Chad, that you're the one to do it, but I think you've brought up specifics for our district, and a good letter, a good lobbying letter talks about how it specifically will impact you. We're going to need that. I don't know who we can assign to this, but I don't want to pass this on. I don't want to move on until we have a plan.
There are several lobbying groups out there that have picked this up and are doing it, but absolutely the voices from specific districts, obviously add very specific numbers and projects and impact statements. So,
Chad, do you know who's picked it up? Because I want to reach out to them.
There's been conversation with Cash, and they've engaged. There's a couple other energy groups that are kind of loosely affiliated with Cash that have also expressed their concerns with this project or with these potential changes. But there's other forces behind it as well that are arguing the backside.
We got to argue louder and more persuasively. That's the point. If we're quiet, they win automatically. So let's get on it.
Are you thinking maybe when in the November meeting, when the other letter comes back, we have a lobbying letter presented at the same time?
That would be phenomenal. I know that we have a Cal SSD meeting coming up on October 21st. We should definitely bring it to them. They may or may not be aware of how significant this is going to be to school districts who are putting in solar and who have been putting in solar because we were told we needed to. I think they would definitely be all over this. This is why we have lobbying organizations. They need to get on this.
I'll certainly check in with CSBA.
And I'm happy to help write a letter. I can certainly work with Director Coster to write it. If there's not something out there, we can certainly create one of our own that's district specific.
Well, that would be incredible, just to be able to take something even to a lobbying organization and say, here's what we had in mind. Here's how it's affecting us. I bet it's affecting all of your client districts in this way. Really bring attention to it. I'm having a hard time believing we're the first district that noticed, but maybe we are. Maybe we're sounding the alarm here to some degree. I don't want to let this go. This is too big for us. But I do want to acknowledge, thank you for coming up with a way that we can kind of save some of it just in case the worst happens here.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Everything, echo all of the concerns. And I think that Mr. Connor Ratcliffe and Dr. Patel are correct in terms of the urgency of lobbying on this. I was going to suggest that perhaps we ask Dr. Phelps to task somebody with it, but to the extent that Mr. Little already volunteered to work with Mr. Coster, that's great. I'm sure we'd all be very appreciative of that. And then lastly, just let me take a quick opportunity to not only thank Chad for the work that you put in on this and this presentation, but many of us just learned since roughly the last board meeting that you'll be leaving us soon, and we're going to miss you. And we're grateful for all that you have done and continue to do for the district until it's time for you to leave. I just wanted to put that out there publicly and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, on that,
Madam
Sorry.
President, I have one
Yes.
question of clarification for Mr. Coster. I thought Monterey Ridge also had some panels, but I don't see them listed. Am I misremembering?
So Monterey Ridge does. So Monterey Ridge has, that's our only specifically owned district system. That's not on a PPA. So
Okay.
they're not listed here because we wouldn't add a new system there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, Madam President, I don't want to move on until we have something firm that we know we're going to have some information or a sample letter or something for our next meeting or sooner.
Wasn't the comment made that Mr. Little was going to work with Mr. Costner and bring both the two letters, the letter for the solar as well as the letter for the other folks? So
So we'll see them at next month's meeting.
At the next month's meeting was my understanding from that conversation.
I just want to make sure we wrap this up in a little bow so we know what's happening next month. I don't want to leave this without solid.
That's what I heard is Mr. Little and Mr. Costner are on this, and Dr. Patel is taking to the CSBA, and we'll hit the Cal SSD, and we'll be leaders in this because we want to save money. So all good on a bad situation. On that note, we will move on to 8.0, which is learning support services. 8.1 is an action item, the ratification of stipulated agreements for student expulsion. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, we bring forward 3 stipulated agreements for board approval.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. We're going to vote on these 3 separately. So first, I need a motion to approve case number 2021-2022.01. I have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
A motion by Mr. Zane.
Second. Oh, Cindy.
Dr. Seisma, gotcha. So a second by Dr. Seisma. All those in favor, say aye. Keep your hands up. Motion carries 5-0. The next one is case number 2021-2022.02. I have a motion to approve. A motion by Mr. Zane. Okay, I will second it then. A second by myself. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion carries 5-0. And on our final one is case number 2021-2022.03. Motion to approve by Mr. Zane. A second by Dr. Seitzma. All those in favor? Aye. Keep your hands up. Fantastic. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 8.3. Don't want to go backwards like that. We are on an information presentation, California School Dashboard, Local Indicators. Ms. Osborne.
We skipped.
Madam President, 8.2 is still there.
Thank you. Sorry. 8.2 is an action item. Can't miss that one. Approval of the Poway Unified School District's elementary and secondary school emergency relief, the ESSER ESSER 3 expenditure plan. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, President Couvret. Tonight, we present the expenditure plan for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief, or ESSER Funds 3, which are provided under the American Rescue Plan Act. The expenditure plan, which has been provided to the board, outlines plans for utilizing Poway Unified's allocation of about $17 million. You heard the details of the expenditure plan in Mr. Little's presentation on the revised budget. Our plans for these funds are to extend many of the important student supports that were included in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Fund, which we presented to the board in May. As you may recall, expanded learning funds must be expended by August 2022. These ESSER funds will allow us to continue to provide expanded mental health supports and social emotional wellness through additional counselors, increased hours for student service specialists and student service assistants, nursing support, psychologists, tech support, and additional staff and substitute hours, which are all included in this expenditure plan. It's important to note that last spring, when we met with the community to discuss the ideas for the expanded learning opportunities funds that were being implemented this year, their primary question was, how will we sustain the supports? So these ESSER 3 funds and the expenditure plan outlines that very response, that we will be able to sustain these supports through 2024. We bring this plan to you tonight for board approval.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Do I have any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
On a motion by Dr. Patel, second by Mr. Zane. Fantastic. All those in favor, including Ms. Sue? Motion carries 6-0. 8.3, information presentation, the California School Dashboard Local Indicators. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you. Tonight, we have a brief presentation that shows our progress on local indicators identified by the State Board of Education. The report reflects the 5 priority areas determined through the local control funding formula accountability system. I'd like to thank Chad Costner, Beth Perisic, Cindy Hicks, and staff across the departments for their contributions to the self-assessment process that goes into this. I'd also like to welcome and thank Christine Donnelly, Executive Director, who will now present a brief overview of our progress and status across these 5 local indicators. Ms. Donnelly.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Good evening, Dr. Phelps, President Couvret, members of the board, cabinet, PUSD staff, and public. As Ms. Osborne just stated, I'm here to talk about the 5 local indicators, and this self-analysis was conducted with input from all district departments. Next slide, please. Our state's school accountability system reports information at both the district and school level in regard to state performance and local indicators. We know that the 5 state performance indicators may change this year due to the state suspension of the CASP testing during the spring of 2020 and 2021, but the 5 local indicators do remain the same. Next slide, please. These are the local indicators that all districts are required to self-assess annually, and I'll explain each in detail. Next slide, please. For each local indicator, districts assign one of 3 performance levels: standard met, standard not met, or standard not met for 2 years. The standard has been met when a district self-analyzes its status and then reports the findings to the California Department of Education. Next slide. In priority 1, we examined our appropriate placement of teachers, student access to curriculum aligned to the standards, and the condition of our school facilities. At this time, we do not have any misassignments of teachers or vacant positions. Through the Williams Act process, we certified that our students were provided their own copies of standards aligned instructional materials as reviewed at the September board meeting. Facilities. Based on the state standards, we do not have any school site facilities identified as deficient. However, it is important to note that while we meet the state's standard of in good repair, our own facilities condition assessment and long-range facility master plan identifies facility needs as schools continue to age. Next slide. Priority 2. In using a 5-point reflection tool, it's found at the bottom of the slide, provided by the California School Dashboard, we examined our implementation of the state academic standards. For the English Language Arts standards, we are now in the 4th year of utilizing the elementary benchmark advanced adopted curriculum in grades 3, 4, 5, and in our 5th year in grades K1, 2. In grades 6 through 12, teachers use a variety of ELA instructional practices and materials focused on close reading, claim, evidence, and incorporating more nonfiction texts into lessons. In English Language Development, ELD, we're in full implementation. Elementary teachers utilize the English Language Development component of the benchmark advanced curriculum. Secondary teachers continue to align their instruction in accordance with the California ELD standards. Additionally, we have purchased the English 3D program for high school ELD courses. In mathematics, we're in full implementation with sustainability district-wide. In science, we are in full implementation district-wide. For history and social studies, we are in the exploration phase of unpacking the tenets of the new California History Social Studies standards. In elementary, we adopted new curriculum last year. In middle school, we piloted TCI curriculum last year and have extended that pilot into this year. And our high schools have been unpacking standards and utilizing open educational resources as we continue to explore adoption of new curriculum. Next slide. Priority 2, continuing. In 3 areas, we are in full implementation with sustainability, standards of career technical education, standards of world language, and the identification of the professional learning needs of groups of teachers or staff. It's of note that our world language program includes the addition of a director of global languages and innovative programs. We continue our 2 elementary immersion programs and the expansion of the foreign language in elementary school, known as FLES, program to a second site with plans for additional sites in the future. We are a 4 full implementation in health, physical education, visual and performing arts. We're also at a 4 in supporting our teachers and administrators in the teaching of California state standards via our site-specific professional learning structures and through our differentiated teaching and learning cooperative opportunities. Next slide, please. Moving on to priority 3, parent engagement. The Poway Unified School District values and encourages parent input and participation. In order to garner parent viewpoints concerning our schools and district, we utilize the results of the West Ed 2021 District Parent Perception Survey that was developed to align with the Student California Healthy Kids Survey in order to yield comparative analysis of parent and student perspectives. As you can see, 87% of responding parents agreed that Poway Unified encourages parents to be an active partner in their child's education. 79% of parents respondent agreed that their school welcomes their participation. In February of 2021, we continued the use of thought exchange, and over 8,000 parents shared comments, ideas, and opinions in response to the question, what programs or services would you like to see continued or improved in order to advance student and staff learning and wellness for the 2021-22 school year? The results guide the establishment of goals and priorities as reflected in the LCAP reports, which shape the district goals and guide our budgeting priorities for the school year. Last year, in order to foster trust and build relationships focused on improving racial equity and inclusion in Poway Unified Schools, a series of 3 virtual racial equity community conversations were held for school feeder patterns in order to engage with parents and students. Next slide. The California Department of Education requires that districts review the 3 categories of parent engagement. Building relationships is the first area, which is a strength for our district, but with room for continuous improvement, especially in regard to supporting each of our family's strengths, cultures, and languages. We have created a new position to help guide this work, Director of Equity and Improvement. Next slide. Parent engagement continues. Our district also prides itself on partnering with our parents to yield positive outcomes for our students. In our professional development work with our staff, we will continue to focus on strategies that staff can utilize to enhance their interactions with families. We've established equity teams at every school site, and our Caring Connections Center offers a large variety of parent workshops to provide information and resources. Next slide. Seeking parent input from families is highly valued and supported in our district and at our sites, and it's an important area we continue to refine. Parents have opportunities to serve on site level advisory committees, such as the School Site Council, Safety Committee, and the English Learner Advisory. At the district level, you'll find parents involved in the Community Advisory Committee, District Advisory Committee, and the Inclusive Practices Advisory. And a new program for this year is the Special Education Parent Ambassador Program. Next slide, please. Priority 6, school climate. To analyze the school climate, we use the California Healthy Kids Survey. This survey was last administered in the fall of 2020 to students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11, and is regularly given on a biannual basis. The information gleaned from this tool provides our staff with focus areas for sites to enhance the overall school experience. This data also informs social emotional goals in the school plan for student achievement. Because the survey was conducted last fall at a time when some students were virtual and some on campus, the results do reflect some shifts that we haven't seen before. We are currently implementing also an attitudinal student survey called PASS, PASS, in grades 6 and 9, which will be used to further identify supports needed for students. Next slide, please. In response to survey results and feedback, we've implemented or expanded these programs that you can read. And to highlight a few, we've just launched our No Place for Hate again this year, and several of you may have visited schools to see Start with Hello. And as you heard Ms. Osborne share in the last board item, funding for expanded mental health services at schools is in place at greater levels in TK through 12. Next slide, please. Priority 7, and access to a broad course of study. In our elementary schools, all students have access to core academic curriculum, as well as the opportunity to participate in the exploration program. At the middle and high school levels, PUSD offers courses in all the academic areas. Students have open access to grade level courses. At the high school level, we continue to be pleased with the number of students completing the A through G requirements. Last year, 82% of our students completed A through G courses, which was an increase of 4% from the previous year. And in regards to the AP courses, 76%, which is just a slight decrease compared to the previous year, 76% of our students took at least one AP course last year and received a C or better. Career technical education. Since 2017, we've increased the number of students served in CTE courses by over 25%. Pathway completion for PUSD seniors has increased by over 16% in the last 2 years, with indications that this year will set a new high water mark. And the number of CTE course offerings at middle and high schools has expanded by nearly 10% over the past 5 years. This may be actually underrepresented because while some middle school electives use the CTE, content, they don't always use the standard CTE course names. We strive for continuous improvement regarding access to courses. However, some barriers exist for our students. The scheduling of classes in any given day limits the number of elective courses that students can take in a term. And for example, when students are recommended for an academic support elective, this limits their opportunity to take other electives. Next slide, please. In conclusion, district staff has determined that Poway Unified has met the criteria for all 5 local indicators. We will report this information to the state and it will be uploaded to our district's dashboard display. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Do I have some comments and questions out there? Okay, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe.
I just have a comment on the slide 14, second to last. We're looking at access to a broad course of study. And I know that we're working on this right now in the middle school area. Equity in the electives there is sorely lacking. And I know that's one of the things we're trying to do with our middle school redesign. I'm wondering, I guess I'm wondering what defines access to a broad course of study? One, for this. And secondly, I'd love to have a presentation sometime soon about how our middle school redesign is going to help with this access to a broad course of study at that level. Yeah, try those first.
Try those first. Okay, so your first question was, what are some of the barriers?
So what is the standard? Priority 7 is access to a broad course of study. We say standard met. What is the standard?
Well, you evaluate if you have the courses and students can access them. We don't deny courses to students, for no reason. Right now, our barriers tend to be schedule related.
Right.
And that also you also have things like you can't offer every course if you don't have content area expertise in a course. So there's different things that might keep us from offering every course, but we feel like we're meeting this standard because students can access our courses for the most part. And we're constantly adjusting to see how we can make sure 100% all the time.
Okay,
Now,
I guess that's kind of what I was looking for, because this isn't a, 1 through 5 rating at this spot. So I know that we're still working on it, particularly in middle school. I'd just like to mention that the exploration in elementary school is a start. Again, I wouldn't say that we're at a 5 here, or even full implementation in what we intend to do there, but access to the broad course of study. Okay.
I want you to understand, like when we do surveys and things like that, that's what then drives exploration programs being created, right? So when we do surveys and we get information and those 8,000 parent voices on the last thought exchange, those things give us information then to see where our priorities are. I was in elementary school when we created exploration, and that came from lots of committee work, and that's what was created. So that's the cool part, right? Like we're always looking, and if we don't know what the barriers are, then we don't know how to remove them, right?
That makes sense to me. And I guess on exploration, I'd throw us at that 3 to 4. I wouldn't put us at full implementation, but we're a little past initial implementation as well. And just curious about how this, I guess, standard is met if you're even at a 3.
Correct.
Okay.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just trying to understand it, because those numbers don't apply to every single one of these priorities. So, okay. I got it.
Look, yeah. So do we offer these courses that are listed on that chart that you're referencing on slide 14? Yes, we offer these courses. Do all students have access to it? I would say we're very close to that, but we're still identifying those barriers that might keep students from, say, accessing Avid, right? And we evaluate how do students access Avid. Career technical, do we have every site having the same? No. Will we ever have every site having the same electives? No, it's almost impossible, but we could have comparable different electives and put up systems in place maybe where kids can access different sites.
Well, and on that, when you're talking about the CTE that's not offered at every single site, one thing that we've learned with COVID is how to teach away from each other, so maybe we can now, if we get all our high schools on the same schedule, we can actually have access to even more classes, which would be wonderful. And we'll get something positive out of COVID, that we have technology that's improved on that one, so that we can improve access to not only classes that are on other campuses, but even possibly community college classes. And I did want to say, it's really awesome when we take these surveys, because our parents show how much they care, and to get that kind of response from our parents, they really do support our kids and really aid in our student achievement, which I think is phenomenal. And as we reflect on the Healthy Kids Survey, as these kids are coming back from COVID, I'm so thankful that we have the finances to add these student services, because they are definitely needed as we see some kids that are very disconnected from school. And I appreciate all the programming that we have to try to bring these kids back in for success. I didn't mean to cut you off, Christine. Sorry, I just saw a moment there, PE and stuff. So, yes, Mr. Zane.
Thank you, Ms. Actually going to pick up on something that you were talking about a moment ago. You mentioned parents, and but first I want to do the obligatory thank you, Ms. Donnelly, for your hard work on this and presentation. The priority number 3, parental or parent engagement, and you listed a number of committees that parents are empowered to participate in or encouraged to participate in. And it just brings an idea to mind as I kind of, given that we're meeting as we are this evening, I can pull up a separate screen at my home office and pull up the district's website. And a thought occurs to me to make it a little bit more prominently placed. The different, for instance, I scroll down, I see 8 big blocks on our district website, all very high level priority items: enroll in schools, COVID-19 updates, reopening info, board meeting agenda, PUSD employment, LCAP and LCP, surplus property and transfer requests. It would seem to me we should have something just as prominent on the district website about volunteering at the district and listing the various committees that are available for parental involvement and participation, and possibly part of this on this landing page, if you will, with all of these different committees listed out. It was mentioned previously, actually in public comment today, someone had asked, mentioned that they've asked a couple times to have the public feedback posted. on the input that they provided through one of these volunteer opportunities. And so maybe there's an area for publishing the feedback that is provided and from the various committees.
Oh, I see.
Make it easier to access, because if I go to the district website now, I can go to the parents on the navigation menu. I can do the drop down. There's a whole bunch of options that come up. I got to look through and I see volunteer. I can click volunteer, but then it talks to me about how I need to get my TB testing and all that sort of stuff. That's great. It's important and useful information, but maybe just kind of streamlining it, making it a little bit clearer and faster for somebody to catch, to see where their opportunities for direct parental involvement or engagement are. I see Ms. Osborne waiting to get a word in.
Well, I was just going to say, we can certainly look into that, because I think the parental involvement in our advisory committees and other options on the school sites, I know school site council, so we can look into that and update that.
Madam President, would it be okay to jump in?
Absolutely.
So first of all, I thank you for bringing up the high school class alignment or the schedule alignments. I think that's something still interesting to discuss, as well as community college for dual enrollment. Those are very interesting topics that we should definitely get to at some future board meeting. I would like to ask a question, Ms. Donnelly. Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation on the California Healthy Kids Survey. I know we have, there's several modules in that from my understanding. When was the last time we updated which modules we participate in? I know there's one, I believe there's mental health supports as a module, as including some social emotional health as a module. Have we ever participated or added those modules to our test?
Greg, do you speak to that?
Yeah, we did. So thank you. Yes, no, we review the modules that are available each iteration. Each time we push out this assessment, and we added several modules this time. And yes, modules specific to social emotional learning and mental health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mizell. I'm very happy to hear that, because that's definitely very important information as we go forward, especially during this COVID time. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Seisman.
Yeah, just a quick question. A thought occurred to me as kind of piggybacking on what Dr. Patel's question was with regards to the California Healthy Kids Survey, that you survey the kids at certain age or certain grades, and you get that group's opinion. Has there ever been any consideration to actually tracking those kids to see, if they if they feel like they're unsafe one year, if that changes the following year, looking at one particular group and tracking them for a period of time?
Well, if you look at it, it actually, because they do it every other year, and our survey is every other year, we are actually tracking them. So it's, we wouldn't have it for the very following year, but a 5th grader last year who took it will take it as a 7th grader next year. So we're watching cohorts as they move through. So if you look at that, their chart from slide, I think it's slide 12, you'll see that's part of that work, is because it's the, we obviously have students move in and out of the district, and some take it and don't. But for the most part, you are looking at the same students.
Great.
Yeah.
Right. Is there any other comments? I appreciate that presentation. That was wonderful, and all the comments. So on that note, thank you, Christine. We're going to move on to 8.4, which is an information presentation, update on California vaccination requirements. We do have a number of public comments, Dr. Patel.
Yes, Madam President, we do have public comments, and I would just like to, because it's been a while since we convened our meeting, I would like to remind participants that we do have, speakers are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. There is no yielding of time within groups, and there's a 15-minute limit per topic. Thank you. Ms. Peck?
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Our first speaker on 8.4 is Jessica Reimer. Jessica Reimer.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I would just first like to state for the record, contrary to what Attorney General Merrick Garland says about parents who participate in these meetings, that I come here in peace. I am simply a concerned mother. I have 3 wonderful children who are all students here in this district, and I'm deeply concerned with the direction that this district is going. And I just want to say these meetings are not particularly fun for parents. There are about a million other things I'd rather be doing right now instead of speaking to you. But you are interfering with my children's lives, and I cannot sit silently any longer. My children mean everything to me. So in regard to the vaccine, I just want to share a metaphor with you. As you know, some children are allergic to peanuts, some are not. But we do not tell allergic children that they cannot come to school, but we also don't forbid all the other children from never bringing peanut butter to school either. We make accommodations for all children with different needs to be at school together. We certainly can do the same thing with these vaccines. I have an autoimmune disease that makes the vaccine unsafe for me personally. And since my children have half of my blood, it will not be safe for them either. On top of that, even the experts are still learning about the increased risks of heart issues occurring, especially in boys after receiving Pfizer and Moderna. All of this is very rare. It's probably not life or death if kids get it. But if we're talking risk assessment, the chances of any child dying from COVID are infinitesimally small too, thank goodness. I am not anti-science. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not anti-vax by any means. My children's general vaccines are always up to date, but those vaccines have been tested and studied for decades before being made mandatory. I am a concerned mom who just needs more time and data before I inject this experimental medicine into my kids' bodies. But no, Gavin Newsom says that if we don't vaccinate our kids as soon as possible, he will punish them by not letting them go to school. Allegedly, then it will be too dangerous for my kids to be around their peers and their vaccinated teachers, even though they have safely been around each other all year long. He is literally holding our children hostage. He says we either do what he says or no school. This medicine hopefully is safe and effective for all people, but no medicine is safe and effective for all people. And certainly no medicine should be forced into all people, especially if they don't need it or don't want it, or if it could actually cause them harm. The vaccine is not necessarily bad, but these mandates certainly are. And each family may be under a different circumstance than mine, where some might feel better if their kids are vaccinated. And I totally understand that, and I respect those decisions. Each family should have their own freedom, but I do not have my freedom in this choice.
Thank you, Ms. Reimer. Your time's up. Next speaker is Byron Yafuzo. Byron, go ahead. Byron, you need to unmute. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've lived in Poway since 2005, and though my kids are now grown and no longer attend PUSD schools, I'm engaged to a beautiful Poway lady who has 2 grandchildren in Poway Unified School District. On their behalf, I've joined a coalition and parent group called PUSD Parents Freedom to Choose. And our group sent a letter to the board and Dr. Phelps yesterday addressing our opposition to the COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates. We believe that PUSD parents have done nothing to deserve having their right to make COVID-19 vaccination decisions stripped from them. The medical well-being of every child in this district is, of course, the top priority for all of us, and we feel strongly that those interests are best served by collaborating with those who know each child the best. There is a lot of confusion around portions of Governor Newsom's October 1st announcement that we think it's important to make sure the board is aware of those portions of that announcement. I'd like to briefly address some of those. that were in our letter. First, neither the governor nor Poway Unified School District can mandate an EUA vaccine. It's my understanding that there's currently no FDA-approved COVID-19 vaccine available in the United States. The FDA-approved Comirnaty, which is different from, at least legally different from the Pfizer BioNPharm BNT162b2 vaccine that is still under emergency use authorization and being just, given in the United States. There are valid concerns regarding the dangers of COVID-19 vaccines. There's not complete agreement within the medical profession, or else you wouldn't have all of these medical professionals willing to lose their job rather than get vaccinated. Comparing the risks of death from COVID-19 to the risks of serious vaccine side effects makes it clear that preventative COVID-19 vaccination is unnecessary and inappropriate. And we've provided data and citations. So there are many highly intelligent and educated parents in PUSD. Many have MDs and PhDs, and for the government to act as though no PUSD parent should be allowed to make COVID vaccination decisions for their children is wrong. So we hope you'll respect our discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Yafuso. Next speaker is Laura McCoy. Laura McCoy, it's your turn to speak. Go ahead. We don't hear you, Laura.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, background noise. Gotta love technology. All right. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. My background noise is going on. All right. Well, I'm gonna try. Can you hear the background noise?
We do hear an echo. Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to walk out of the room away from my computer. Okay, so my name is Laura McCoy. I am a parent of 3 beautiful daughters within the San Diego Unified School District. I'm also an alum. I went to Westwood, Meadowbrook, and I also graduated from Rancho Mirado High School. So first off and foremost, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of other parents that are also part of this Poway Unified Coalition. I come into in peace just to share our voice and our concern. I have three children that I definitely worry about getting this vaccine. I want more data on it, just like other parents. And I think Jessica, who spoke earlier, I've never met her, but I completely agree. Our children deserve a right to access of education. They deserve the freedom of choice. Children and teens have a 99.998% survival rate of COVID-19. Even the CDC agrees that unvaccinated school kids have almost zero risk of dying from COVID-19. And according to their website, that age group is 0 to 17 has that 99.998% survival rate with no treatment or vaccine. So why on earth would we consider giving our children with this high risk that have such a low mortality rate? Also, just want to note that a recent study, Brownstone Institute article published on 10/10/2021, detailed 30 different studies, all supporting the same conclusion, that natural immunity for SARS-type viruses is robust, long-lasting, and broadly provide more effective coverage in case of mutations and are generally more effective. So I ask you to please reconsider. Please, maybe instead of lobbying for solar savings, Ms. Radcliffe, maybe you could consider advocating for the health of our students so that we actually have a free choice. Again, all my children are vaccinated. We all have the flu shots, but please allow parents to have the choice to opt in
or opt out. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Next speaker is Summer Felix Mulder. Summer, it is your turn. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am Summer Felix Mulder, and I am a PUSD parent as well. Thank you also to the parents that just spoke. There was a news report on ABC News a few days ago saying that the White House had a private phone call with the nation's governors talking about a push to give pediatric doses of the Pfizer vaccine to school-age kids starting in November, which sounds like Pfizer has been experimenting with vaccinating kids in the US, Finland, Poland, and Spain. Reading between the lines, it sounds like the White House has been secretly aware of these Pfizer testing programs and is determined to extend the vaccine mandates to younger and younger citizens. When combined with recent news that even Governor Newsom has not allowed his 12-year-old daughter to be vaccinated yet, this indicates to me that Newsom was already aware of this Pfizer program and waiting for the Pfizer pediatric doses to become available. So Governor Newsom, armed with more information than the public, is exercising discretion as a parent to decide whether and which brand and dosage of vaccine he will allow his daughter to get. I wish that he could recognize that right of every parent. Every parent has not only a right to protect their child, but a duty to do so against all threats, even the government. The government should not try to override parental medical discretion unless it is clearly necessary to protect the citizenry as a whole. There's no doubt that the risks of a child dying from COVID-19 are too low to justify government intervention and interference. The government is acting in the best interests of Pfizer and not our kids. When the government places the interests of Pfizer ahead of the interests of our kids, the government becomes an aggressor and a threat, and our parental duties kick in to protect our kids against that aggressor. Myself and other parents are concerned that PUSD has become a pawn or tool of this government aggressor. We've heard of vaccination kiosks being opened up on campus by Sharp Healthcare where parents are not present. We're worried that someone will forge our names on the vaccination authorization forms, and then we will not be able to hold anyone accountable for it. We're also worried about reports that some California legislators want to reduce the age of consent for COVID-19 vaccinations in an obvious attempt to circumvent parental protections from vaccine mandates. These are threats to our rights to choose what's best for our kids. It's unfortunate that Poway Unified is in the middle of this aggression by the government, and you should be able to devote your energy to the sacred task of educating our kids, not trying to carry out bad government health edicts. But like it or not, you're in the middle of this fight, and we need to know whose side you're on. Are you on the side of protecting our kids, or on the other side, such that we parents feel a duty to protect our kids against you? My hope is that you will confirm that you will do everything in your power to respect our decision about our kids' medical care so that we as parents can continue to send our kids to PUSD schools without feeling that doing so requires us to sacrifice our duty to protect them. Please don't make us choose between PUSD school participation and our parental duty to protect them.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Giustiano. Cheryl, go ahead.
I'd like to remind the board that you took an oath to abide by the U.S. Constitution and the California Constitution. The Constitution is the highest form of law. Nothing can supersede it, not even public health. You're functioning in an entirely different system. You're buying into an autocratic system, one where Newsom is allowed to control you and your school population. I'm here to not only speak to the board, but I hope parents listening become aware of the real impact of this shot on our kids. Michael Yeadon, a former Pfizer VP, has stated children are 50 times more likely to die from the vaccine than the virus itself. PUSD is now pushing these vaccines onto the community. 100% of the vaccines that are currently being pushed in Poway during school hours are under EUA. That means they are not fully FDA approved. I know for a fact you're not giving students and parents informed consent on these campuses. You're required to do so. Giving informed consent would look something like this. Since October 1, 2021, there have been 1.6 million adverse reactions from taking these experimental vaccines. There have been 153,000 vaccine-related hospitalizations. There are at least 16,000 vaccine deaths, and whistleblowers have these numbers as high as 45,000. This vaccine has more deaths than all other vaccines combined over the past 30 years. Previously, the FDA has pulled a drug with just one death, yet we continue pushing to inoculate the entire Poway school district. The FDA and CDC both have issued huge warnings about myocarditis, but yet Newsom is ignoring this and mandating our kids take this shot. There are 8,600 cases of myocarditis. Once a heart is damaged, it does not repair. These jabs also have not been studied as to whether they cause infertility, cancer, or alter one's genes. Parents should go to openvaers.com/COVID-data for more information. The government has deliberately hid that there are alternative treatments for COVID. Ivermectin and hydrochloroquine are big ones. When Congress gets COVID, they take ivermectin and hydrochloroquine. There's no need for a vaccine because we have alternative treatments. They've hidden this because otherwise an EUA vaccine would not be allowed. Dr. Phelps, the day after Newsom announced he was going to try to push this through, you came out with an email trying to scare the community into believing that they were going to be required to take these shots. That's called coercion. It's the parents' decision to choose whether they want their child to take a jab with these risks. This is not up to you, and it's not up to Newsom. The board needs to do their job and abide by their oath of office to protect our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nicole Ash. Nicole, go ahead.
Ms. Peck, at this time, I would like to inform that there are 30 seconds left for this speaker.
I'm sorry, there's only 30 seconds for me?
Yeah, because we've very close to reaching our 15-minute limit. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's okay. I will just try to shorten as much as I can. My name is Nicole Ash. I'm speaking on behalf of the PUSD Parents Freedom to Choose. I think all the other parents did a great job talking about things. I'll just touch on some of the dangers of the COVID vaccines. How safe are these COVID vaccines? If you're paying attention, they're not safe at all. COVID vaccine deaths are higher than any other vaccine in history. The VAERS documents over 16,000 COVID vaccine deaths to date. And if you compare that, when you look at VAERS, there are double the amount of deaths for COVID in the last 6 months.
I'm sorry, that concludes the 15-minute time limit on this topic, Madam President.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and continue now on 8.4, the update on California vaccination requirements with Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam President. Slides, there we go. Tonight, I'll provide a brief update regarding the vaccination requirements for schools in California as announced by the governor on October 1st. I will also provide some next steps for volunteers on campus unrelated to that. Next slide, please. On Friday, October 1st, Governor Newsom announced that the COVID-19 vaccine would be added to the list of required vaccines for school. It's important to note that there is no immediate impact due to the fact the mandate does not take effect until the vaccine is fully approved by the Food and Drug Administration. Once they are fully approved by the FDA, the mandate would go into effect the following school term, which could be January 1st or July 1st, 2022. This mandate will be phased in for grades 7 through 12 initially, and then later for grades K through 6, again, pending full FDA approval for that age group. Next slide, please. This is a new mandate, and we will be working with the county and state regarding implementation. As a reminder, public schools like Poway Unified are required to follow the mandates and executive orders from CDPH and the governor. There are consequences if we do not follow those executive orders. At this time, the governor's announcement allows for exemptions for the COVID vaccine based on legitimate medical, personal, or religious beliefs. However, it is important to note that this mandate is an executive order which allows for these exemptions. If there is legislative action, the exemptions may be removed. Next slide, please.
Ms. Osborne, I just want to insert and reiterate to the public that we as a district, nor is the board, advocating for vaccination mandates. However, we are just providing opportunities for health providers like Sharp to provide opportunity for those who are interested in becoming vaccinated and trying to make that convenient for our community.
Thank you. That is correct. Sharp Healthcare is providing the vaccination clinics, and they're merely located on some of our sites. And so, as you can see here on this slide, there are upcoming clinics provided by Sharp Healthcare, October 19th, 22nd, and 26th. Again, we're not promoting these, we are just making them available. These clinics are provided by Sharp Healthcare, and appointments are available for eligible age groups at myturn.california. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the mandate for all school employees regarding vaccination or weekly testing goes into effect tomorrow, October 15th. All staff that have not yet provided proof of vaccination status, are partially vaccinated or declined to state, will be required to test weekly or update their vaccination status beginning next week. Staff's been working on a process and communication regarding the action steps for these employees. If employees have completed their vaccination process, they'll be able to upload proof of vaccination beginning this Sunday or proof of a negative test. The communication provides information for employees so they can begin signing up for appointments to be tested each week. And again, this is in compliance with state laws and requirements. Next slide, please. As we've discussed at other board meetings, CDPH guidelines have indicated essential volunteers on campus. We've been slowly easing into more volunteers, and so we will be expanding volunteers on campus. Our goal is to maintain the health and safety of students and staff, as well as not to overload or impact contact tracing for people on campus. Effective Monday, October 18th, we'll expand to help allowing 1 to 2 volunteers per classroom, indoors or outdoors, per day. We will also begin to include parent visitors for outdoor activities such as Friday Flag, and we've already seen that at some of our jogathons. For activities and school community activities like Friday Flag, there'll be a designated area for parent visitors, so they'll be either behind students or along the side, so that they are not directly interacting with students and staff. But this allows the school community to come together and celebrate the good things that are happening on our school campuses.
Ms. Osborne, can you also provide distinction between events like this during the school day with students present versus after school events such as football games?
Yes, that question has come up a couple of times, that we see our football events and stands fully packed, and which is wonderful. Those events are held after school, and so families have choice to attend those events. Friday Flag or during the school day activities, having visitors there, that's not a choice, that's during the school day, and so it's not an option for kids. That's why we're saying designated space for visitors on campus, and that we're being cautious about the interaction. So after school events, families have choices to attend. During the school day is a different situation. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, Poway Unified is committed to keeping our families informed, and while we cannot predict the health orders, we are committed to keeping all of our employees and families informed. And as more information becomes available, we will continue to share and provide updates to the community. Next slide, please. And in closing, just a reminder that it's important that we keep students and staff staying home if there are symptoms or not feeling well, because together we can keep our schools open, healthy, and safe. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. I have a question. There still is this possibility of January 1st, 2022, which is literally 4 months away. I'm just kind of concerned, does that look like that's even remotely possible? Or are you hearing any inklings? Because if January 1st, a number of our kids aren't going to be able to come to school, I really feel we need to have a proactive plan to make sure these kids are just not sent home and do distance learning again.
I don't have insights on where they are with FDA approval at this time. It's one of those pieces that each day more information is shared. So we are watching this very closely. And again, we share that concern. We want to make sure our kids stay in school and that we are not having to make those kinds of shifts during the school year. And as soon as we have that information, we will provide that update.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Thank you, Dr. Seitzma.
Just a comment, Ms. Osborne, I know we spoke prior to the meeting, and I just wanted to thank you for including all of the questions that I had posed to you with regards to clarifying and expanding the opportunities for parents to come and watch their kids receive an award if it's outdoors, as long as it's in a clearly designated area for volunteers, because there's been a lot of, that's been the buzz around the community about, you know, the confusion of, you know, what's going on at the secondary schools where it's, there's lots of community involvement, and then the elementary schools have been very much closed off. So thank you for clarifying all that and for covering the questions that I had posed to you before.
And as a reminder, our volunteers, of course, need to be vaccinated or they need to show proof of a negative test. But thank you, Dr. Stetson.
Mr. Zane.
One of the public commenters mentioned something about vaccine kiosks, but I'm not familiar with such a kiosk within our district unless I'm unfamiliar with something. Can you address that?
I am not familiar with vaccine kiosks. We have, as the slide indicated, Sharp Healthcare is utilizing some space on our campus. They are providing vaccinations. We are not providing that vaccination.
And I just also want to, as we close out this presentation, make it very clear that Poway Unified is not pursuing any sort of vaccination mandate. We are only enforcing the law that is required of us.
And as far as the Sharp clinics that are on campus, do they need to have a sign thing? They have to be over 18 or anything like that? So there's no way students can just go in and get a shot during their school day. Is that correct?
Correct. There is a parental consent form required.
Yes, Dr. Patel.
I have a question regarding volunteers, and I think this is more for the, for the parents out there that are very anxious to get back involved with school. I'm hearing that there's a little bit of inconsistency with how some schools are bringing back volunteers. Is there any way to reassure parents that that we're still working on that consistency and that we will see some changes coming soon?
Yes, in fact, we are working because we want to support our schools with a way to systematically keep track if they've checked the vaccine or testing of their volunteers, that we have a system in place so that we can keep track of that verification. So we are working to put that in place to support our schools so that they are able to track that in an efficient way. And so we are easing into it, but we will be meeting with principals and providing that support as well. Because our goal, we know that our parent volunteers add value as they support in classrooms.
Yes, Mr. Ratcliffe, sorry, Ms. O'Connor Ratcliffe. I'm giving everyone different titles today. It's all good.
Since your presentation hit on the requirement that starting tomorrow or Monday, our employees who are unvaccinated or decline to stay need to provide a weekly negative COVID test. I'm wondering if there's any follow-up information you can share about the at-home COVID testing pilot that we were hoping to get into. Any updates?
No, I think that is not an option. And for the employee testing, it needs to be an antigen test. We can't accept the at-home tests. And so that information of what is allowed is part of the communication that's being provided to our employees. Famatech, our partner in this, they are able to provide the rapid antigen test, which is acceptable. They also provide the PCR test. Employees can also go through their own provider or some of the county sites, and those can be antigen tests or PCR tests.
And is that being monitored? I'm sorry, is that being monitored by the school sites? Then the staff at that school is giving it to someone, an administrator at the school site to verify?
We've implemented a new program with Qualtrics that we will be able to have a database so that we'll be able to monitor that and keep track of that and have an automated system of communication each week so that if someone is updating and they've been vaccinated, they'll no longer get the reminders. Those that are not vaccinated, they'll get the reminders to turn in a copy of the negative test each week.
I was just going to ask, clarifying then, that at-home COVID testing pilot is just gone. That's not happening anywhere at this point. They've decided they're not interested. The state isn't interested in that anymore. Okay.
We have not heard any more, and I think the Bionex, it has just gone away from all of the communication, so I don't believe it's being pursued anymore. It was a pilot, and so I don't think it was successful.
Well, all right, thank you for that update. That seemed like a hopeful, easy way to do this, but okay.
Absolutely, we were hopeful.
Dr. Seitzma.
So just one more question. So with the expansion of volunteers on campus who have shown that they are vaccinated, just to clarify, I'm assuming that those parents who are not able to get vaccinated for whatever reason or not, so they are not allowed to be one of those volunteers on campus, correct?
They could show proof of a negative test that within the 2 days that they are volunteering, and that we would accept.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? If not, I guess it's to be continued, as data always changes day to day, and Ms. Osborne has 10 different options always ready for us. So thank you, Ms. Osborne. We will move on to 9.0 student support. I'm sorry. Okay, 9.0 student support services. 9.1 is an action item, approval of 2021-2022 Special Education Community Advisory Committee members. Mr. Mazzell.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, we bring forward the names of the parents and community members interested in serving on the 2021-2022 Special Education Community Advisory Committee. This committee meets regularly and serves in an advisory capacity for our district, providing feedback on our special education programming and services. We ask the board now to approve this committee.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I thought you would be the one to do that. So on a motion, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe, and a second by Dr. Seitzma. All those in favor say aye, and we pass 6-0. Fantastic. Moving on to 9.2 is an information presentation and update supporting students with dyslexia. Mr. Mazzell.
Thank you again, Madam President.
Madam President, we do have a public comment on this item.
Okay, we'll go to that first, Ben.
We have Kate Ricor signed up to speak on 9.2. Kate, go ahead.
Hi, you guys are still awake. Amazing. Can you guys hear me? Am I muted? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right, I'm Kate Ricor, and I have an unusually broad perspective of PUSD. I'm a parent of a high schooler. I've volunteered excessively in elementary, middle, and high school, and I've taught TK through 12, every grade as a sub. Last year, subbing virtually for elementary, I knew there would be a huge difference between the kids who had a place to work and their materials available to them, and the kids who popped in and out always the younger siblings running around, and the kids who simply never had the materials their teachers put together and sent home. I also knew there would be a very big, very obvious difference between the kids whose parents read to them and those whose parents did not. But I had no idea just how bad it would be. Until last month, I had the privilege of teaching in a second grade classroom for 2 weeks. Before I started, the teacher reminded me that until this year, many second graders had not been in a classroom since March of their kindergarten year. Those who went back last year had not been in a classroom for a full day. There's a huge difference between kindergarten and second grade. When I began that week, we started a benchmark packet about the US government. The goal was to teach the kids how to annotate text. Closely read, underline key concepts, take notes in the margin. Only about 50% of the kids in that class could actually read the text. I had to do the exercises under the DocuCam, so half of the class could copy my letters to make words they couldn't read. And I just kept thinking to myself, why are we teaching second graders to annotate? Why are we trying to prepare second graders for sixth grade when they're not going to be ready for third? And how will we identify students who have learning disabilities when so many are so far behind? A chasm has opened between the curriculum and where the majority of these students are. It's not a stretch, it's a cliff. You're not going to pull them across. You need to meet them where they are. This is a huge opportunity for PUSD to reimagine what 7, 6, and 5-year-olds need to know. It's not annotation. It's not about college readiness. It's reading first. And they're so behind. You have to do something. And your amazing teachers have the answers. So you need to consult them. And you've been talking a lot about getting parents to volunteer. We need to be encouraging parents to read to their kids at home for 15 minutes every day. It's never too late to start.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Kaur.
All right, Ms. Marzell, we're ready for you.
All right. Thank you again, Madam President. I appreciate this opportunity to present to the board tonight this update on the topic of dyslexia. Earlier tonight, with agenda item 5.5B, you approved a resolution proclaiming October 2021 Dyslexia Awareness Month. I know our community appreciates this acknowledgement. As pandemic or not, unfortunately, dyslexia hasn't taken a day off. Some percentage of our students are not learning to read like their peers. They struggle to master the code that translates groups of letters into meaningful words, sentences, and passages. Current research suggests 1 in 3 students experience delays learning to read. 1 in 6 have dyslexia. Next slide. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It's characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language, that is, in appreciating the individual sounds of spoken language. The lack of progress in learning to read is often unexpected, as many children and adults who have this condition have the cognitive abilities, the intelligence, to be much better readers than they are. This makes dyslexia a bit of a paradox. An individual with dyslexia may have weaknesses in decoding that results in difficulties in accurate and fluent word recognition, and strengths in higher level cognitive functions, such as reasoning, critical thinking, concept formation, or problem solving. A few things to keep in mind. Dyslexia affects people from different cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds nearly equally, and girls are as likely to be challenged by dyslexia as boys. Dyslexia frequently runs in families. Dyslexia often occurs in combination with other disabilities. And finally, students with dyslexia may face social and emotional challenges in addition to academic challenges. Because their condition often goes undetected, and because they can't keep pace with their peers reading, some suffer from anxiety, depression, and other social, emotional, and mental health conditions. In fact, in a 2009 study, researchers found students with dyslexia were 2 to 5 times more likely to suffer from anxiety or other related mental health conditions than those of their peers. Next slide. Okay, so now that we have some idea of what dyslexia is, I'd like to invite you to participate in a brief simulation. Please take a moment and read the content on this slide. You've got 60 seconds and the clock is ticking. Go. Now, next slide. Now I'll give you a few moments more to read the same passage again, this time without letters and words inverted, transposed, or misspelled. Big difference, huh? Imagine being 8, 9, 10, or 11. Imagine having a secret, knowing you don't know how to do something everyone else seems to be able to do, not understanding why, and desperately trying to hide it. Now imagine sitting in a classroom where the teacher is calling on students to read a text aloud. Your friends make it look so easy, and you find yourself wondering, again, what's wrong with me? Living with a condition like this is a lot for anyone. Living with it as a young person can feel overwhelming. Now, a quick word of caution about simulations. Trying to read an altered text is challenging, and so is learning to read for someone with dyslexia. Both are tough, right? But the two are as different as running 100 yards and running a marathon. It'd be as absurd for us to think, right, that someone who has run 100 yards knows what it's like to run a marathon. In the same vein, with this simulation, it's important to remember that while it imparts some insight into what living with dyslexia might be like, those of us who do not have the condition cannot know what it's like to live with it daily. I think it's equally important to underscore that there is no single dyslexia experience. The various hallmark characteristics of dyslexia fall along continuums of severity that vary from individual to individual. While most people with dyslexia share a cluster of symptoms and experiences, the saying that if you've met one person with dyslexia, you've met one person with dyslexia holds true. I cannot emphasize this point enough. Next slide. Since 2018, PUSD has employed a three-pronged approach in an attempt to more effectively meet the needs of our students who experience reading difficulties: universal screening, professional learning, and access to evidence-based curriculum. Next slide. Here to share with us more information about universal screening in PUSD is Learning Support Services Teacher on Special Assignment, Trinace Sevilla.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Universal screenings help determine a student's risk for reading difficulty, assist in planning appropriate intervention, and provide progress monitoring data. Research tells us that early identification of reading issues in students before the age of 8 is critical. As quoted on the slide, it takes 4 times as long to intervene in 4th grade as it does in late kindergarten. Early diagnosis ensures that students with dyslexia receive focused, evidence-based intervention, leading to self-awareness, self-empowerment, and the provision of necessary accommodations. Next slide, please. In PUSD, every 1st grade student is universally screened within the first 6 weeks of school, and TK through 5th grade students are progress monitored throughout the school year. Screening measures are designed to quickly differentiate students into one of two groups. One, those who may require intervention, and two, those who do not. Screening measures focus on specific skills that are highly correlated with broader measures of reading achievement, resulting in a highly accurate grouping of students. Research indicates early screening measures are most successful when they include assessment of the following areas: phoneme awareness, the ability to hear letter sounds; phoneme segmentation, the ability to isolate sounds in a word; phoneme deletion, the ability to remove sounds from a word; blending phonemes, connecting sounds to make words; manipulation tasks such as clapping syllables and counting words in a sentence; the reading of nonsense words, as well as letter naming and letter sound fluency. In response to this research, the assessment team conducts one-on-one sessions with students that last about 10 minutes. Assessors engage students in a variety of activities designed to identify those students who are potentially at risk for reading difficulties. Assessors play word and letter games and explore students' ability identifying beginning and ending sounds, word boundaries, syllables, and lowercase letters. After screening is complete, students identified as possibly needing intervention are assigned to a certificated teacher who groups students with similar needs, which allows the teacher to provide targeted instruction. The certificated teacher plans and delivers personalized, systematic, explicit, and multisensory instruction using a structured literacy curriculum that helps students connect and remember their learning. Progress monitoring continues over the course of the school year. Next slide.
So after implementing the practice of universal screening, the next area where we focused our attention was on providing our staff robust professional learning. In December 2018, after spending the fall researching instructional approaches and curriculum, we sent our first group of teachers to work with facilitators from the Institute of Multisensory Education. A dozen teachers spent 5 days and over 30 hours together learning Orton-Gillingham techniques from expert practitioners in the field. Participants learned to apply the science of reading, implementing direct, explicit, sequential, systematic, and multisensory instruction to support students experiencing delays learning to read. Since that small initial group attended this institute, 85 more teachers have since followed. In fact, Del Sur Elementary School's Mr. Brandon Summerfruit, pictured here drawing letters in the sand, was one of 24 teachers who attended the institute just last week. And 24 more secondary teachers are scheduled to participate in the institute the first week of December. The final component of our effort to more effectively meet the needs of our students struggling to learn to read has involved assessing the quality of the curriculum available to our staff and encouraging them to use the materials provided skillfully and purposefully. In addition to sending teachers to the Institute of Multisensory Education, we've also created multiple opportunities for classified and certificated staff to attend curriculum-specific professional development sessions. Over the last 3 to 4 years, hundreds of our staff have attended and benefited from these sessions. Next slide. I'd now like to bring back Trinace Sevilla to unpack for us the reading curriculum teachers are using in the general education setting.
Thanks again, Mr. Mizell. PUSD adopted the state-approved language arts curriculum Benchmark Advance in 2017. This curriculum is used by our K-5 teachers as a comprehensive, balanced approach to instruction in reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Students engage daily in whole group lessons, collaborative conversations, and small group instruction to become empowered learners. Assessments, both formative and summative, guide instructional teacher moves for daily lessons, allowing for whole group, Tier 1, and small group, Tier 2 instruction. Classroom teachers also collect data from online adaptive learning tools such as iReady and Lexia. After a diagnostic placement is taken, students are strategically assigned skills-based lessons. These digital lessons provide just-in-time instruction and feedback as activities are completed. Reports are generated based on students' use and success as they move through the standards-based lessons. Teachers are notified of students that are slow to make progress or not reaching expected growth targets. At this point, explicit standards-based lessons are provided for the teachers to use in small group Tier 2 intervention or one-on-one Tier 3 intervention settings. The teacher ensures that the standard is met before students are moved on to more complex reading skills. SIPS, which stands for Strategic Instruction in Phonological Awareness, Phonics, and Sight Words, is in place for small group Tier 2 instruction. Students participate in lessons that follow the program's systematic scope and sequence. This provides a structured literacy approach to learning through explicit routines focused on phonological awareness, spelling sounds, and sight words. Classroom teachers use these resources to ensure that literacy instructions meets students' needs. Next slide.
On the special education side of the house, our staff have greater access to more curriculum to support the students they serve. And it is in large measure because of that we created this chart. It's our hope staff will be intentional when making instructional decisions, using this chart to select the best materials available to them when working with the student on a specific skill. I would be remiss if I didn't point out two things here. First, not every teacher has access to every item that appears on this chart. All teachers have access to the Tier 1 items, and all teachers have access to multiple resources in Tiers 2 and 3. And second, green check marks represent a particular strength in a reading program. Gray check marks suggest the reading program addresses a topic or concern, but does so more generally compared with a program with a green check mark. As you can clearly see on this chart, no single resource can adequately address every issue or challenge a student may present. Still, staff have several viable options to support Tiers 1, 2, and 3 reading interventions. Next slide. As Dr. Seuss said, the more you read, the more things you know. The more things you learn, the more places you'll go. Reading is a gateway to learning anything about everything. Reading develops the imagination and fosters creativity. It improves vocabulary and communication. It improves concentration and can help reduce stress. I know we're all in agreement here. Every one of our students needs to learn to read independently and ideally for enjoyment too. While we've made excellent progress in recent years more effectively meeting the needs of our students who struggle learning to read, I think you know, until each and every one of our students are successful learning to crack the code, none of us are inclined to celebrate. Not yet. Instead, we're doubling down on our efforts, continuing our work, progress monitoring, making systems adjustments, and continuing our focus on professional learning and increasing staff's access to evidence-based curriculum. 3 short years ago now, I met with a small group of concerned parents to discuss the topic of dyslexia. Honestly, I didn't know that much about the topic then. The stories they shared with me, though, on that particular occasion, about their children's struggle, those stories are still ringing in my ear today. We've come a long way, but our work is not done. Thank you for your attention tonight. This concludes my presentation. Does the board have any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mizell. You talk with such passion. I feel your heart fills the whole room as you care for these kids, and I just always appreciate having you represent them and seek out the best for them. So thank you so much. I know I have a few, but I'll let other folks go first. Is there some comments out there or questions? Okay, Dr. Seitzma and then Mr. Zane.
Just a comment. I just want to thank you for this very thorough presentation, addressing, such an important issue with dyslexia, teaching our kids to read. And like you said, you summed it up beautifully that, the more you know, the more places you'll go, and reading is that gateway. I've seen every single one of these programs being utilized throughout our district. I've had firsthand experience with working with a number of our children and applying some of these, and they do work. You've got to be very patient and understanding that these kids are really, coming from a different place. We are all, gifted and blessed, able to, reading came naturally for us, but for so many of our kids, it's a struggle. And I just thank you for all of your work that you're doing, and for all the teachers that have stepped up to go above and beyond to learn these. Thank you.
Mr. Zane.
Thank you. Yeah, I love ending these long meetings on such a positive note. And I think that Ms. Couvret is correct. Your heart and your passion does come out in this. And I want to thank you and Ms. Sevilla for the presentation this evening. In your closing comments, Greg, you said something that I was going to say in these comments here, which is it's kind of hard to believe that where we were as a district just 5 years ago. I distinctly remember each one of us, or at least those of us who've been on the board that long, meeting with a number of those very passionate individuals who pushed the district to get these things going. And kudos to the team that listened to those parents and took some of their suggestions to heart and really kind of ran with the ideas that they provided to us. Again, another instance of parental engagement there, yielding positive results and impact for the district. So thank you for that great presentation. And I feel as though I learned something additional about dyslexia every time one of these dyslexia presentations is done. So thank you, appreciate it.
I have a few questions because a number of my friends are tutors and help out dyslexia kids, and they knew we were talking about this tonight, so they asked me some challenging questions that I hope that you don't mind if I bring them up a little bit. As I look at all the different programs that are available in the special education department, there's a number of them that have just a few gray check marks, and I just wonder, why do we have so many options that aren't necessarily the best, instead of really training our kids on those that seem the most successful programs? Or are we in that process of finding out which programs are most effective?
It's a great question. So not every program does everything well, and some programs are better than others. I think what you see as you walk classrooms in our district is a whole array of curriculum. Many of those curriculums, bits and pieces, are appendages of earlier adoptions, right? Or of earlier efforts to address a problem or solve some challenge. I think the purpose of the chart that we've created is to inform the reach. So if I'm sitting at a kidney table and a child is presenting with an issue, our hope is using this chart, people can quickly, right? Like look across the chart, identify what is the area where there's a concern, and then what are the materials I have access to, and which are the materials that are best suited to meet that child's need in this moment. I think that's very different than using something because you're comfortable with it, or using something because you've always used it, right? And I think a few years ago, there was a lot of that, right? You could have in a single classroom 3 or 4 different curriculums being used. And when you would interview instructional assistants and teachers why they were using a particular curriculum, I mean, honestly, often it was, well, it's what I have, or it's what I know, or I've always used this, right? As opposed to, oh, well, this particular curriculum does this particular thing really well. So I think that's part of the answer. I know it's not elegant, but it's the truth.
Well, and I like the path that it's on for sure. I know that dyslexia comes in different levels of severity. And some kids might not always test for special services, and they're in gen ed. Is there much correlation for the special ed and the gen ed to try to teach all kids? Because I'm sure what systems helps some of the kids who have more severe dyslexia would still help a gen ed kid learn how to read too. Is there some coordination there because the systems show that it teaches kids how to read?
Absolutely. This effort related to dyslexia has been a joint one, right? So my colleagues on the learning support services side have been at this much longer than I have. And believe it or not, they have expertise that exceeds mine on many occasions. Not hard to do. So yeah, no, we're working on it. And MTSS, good first instruction, is the right answer, right? When we can hone in and really provide our students a great experience at the beginning, it reduces the number of students needing to qualify for services to get the extra supports. So we're working on that.
I promise this is my last question. Believe me, I had like 20 and I'm narrowing it down to just 4. So I'm because I know everyone wants to go to bed, so I get it. Statistics are out there that, in our criminal justice system, a lot of people don't know how to read. And as we look at disciplinary kids that come into what we see, we've seen some kids that their grades are going very poorly, and a lot of it might be because they don't know how to read. Are we taking a look at kids, even in junior high and high school, that all of a sudden aren't doing as well academically, and seeing if they are dyslexic or have these other issues that might need those specific services? Because again, literacy is the key to almost all learning and success in schools.
That's a great question. I don't want to put anybody on the LSS side of the house on the spot, so I'm going to call on a little lifeline here. What I can tell you is we do the screening and progress monitoring at K-5. I'm clear on that. At the middle school level, I'm not as clear if we're universally screening.
We're not universal screening at middle school. However, we are using the iReady diagnostic, and we do have the SIPS program available at middle school as well. And so we also used the iReady diagnostic at high school last year. It is available. And so those are some of the assessments that help us to identify. And then we do have intervention classes. I don't know that we have, at high school, we don't have a SIPS program or a targeted intervention such as that. I think early intervention is the key. And then I do think that the middle school is where we have more of our supports after elementary, but we don't have those same type of interventions at high school at this time.
So I can say at the middle school in the last year and a half, we've invested heavily in a program called SIPS Plus. So it's in the same family of curriculum as SIPS, the SIPS program we use at the elementary, but it's specifically designed for students at the secondary level. And we have invested not only in the curriculum, but in the professional learning that goes with it to ensure that our teachers are highly skilled as they use that curriculum with our students who are below grade level. And to your point, Ginger, not reading or at a level that we'd like to see them at. So we have invested there. I also mentioned in the presentation that in December, first week of, we have 24 middle school teachers, maybe middle and high, I should say, secondary, who will be attending the IMSE Institute.
That's great. Thank you so much. Like I said, it was a wonderful presentation. And before I was on the board, I'd come to some meetings and all of these parents would come and speak so eloquently and passionately. And I'm so glad that we are still moving forward in that. So thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Okay, Dr. Patel.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I know there's been a lot of progress, especially through universal screening. And my two quick questions are based on universal screening. One of them, I think we kind of touched on, but didn't really get in depth. For kids that transfer into our district, either parents have moved here or for whatever reason, maybe they weren't part of our universal screening in the elementary years. Do we do an entry type screening or check on them, maybe based on what kind of reports they're coming into our district with?
Trinace, you want to speak to that? I could see you nodding, and so you have those specifics. I know that we have core assessments at all of our elementary schools, and we also have our TK teachers that are trained in SIPS, and so they are able to provide supports. They focus on our primary, but we do not exclude kids that may have been screened using the core assessments. Trinace, did you have anything to add to that?
Sure, that's exactly it. Carol, it's core assessments. You would, a teacher at a grade level, say I get a new fourth grade student that hasn't been through Poway's system and record keeping. I would give a basic at grade level assessment. If I see some issues, I begin to back up. So our fifth grade teachers have assessments at their fingertips if I need to go back and see if a student's performing at a third grade level in some areas, and then I can teach specifically to that targeted need. So there are the resources for a teacher to back up and say, where might the issue be? Is it a consonant vowel consonant? Are we looking at more complex vowel patterns for this student, and kind of take them along and find that exact spot that seems to be a roadblock, and then work at that point for those students.
And a follow up to that, what about catching those in secondary, like middle school and high school that might, now it's entrenched, right? It's been there a long time. And also the curriculum and the knowledge has evolved over the years.
So the curriculum
anything to help catch those kids.
Yeah, the curriculum at the secondary level I referenced earlier, we use SIPS Plus, and that's actually at the middle and the high school. And we use the Orton-Gillingham approach. So we have both of those things in our back pocket. For students who are more profoundly impacted by this, we also have programs like Barton. Those exist at the middle and high school as well. So, so there are more resources today than there have ever been. There's more expertise today than there's ever been, and there's still opportunity forward, right? Plenty of opportunity forward to continuously improve.
And then my second question is, because of COVID, some of our youngest readers may not have been on campus for a significant period of time. Were we able to do all the universal screening and be on track with that over the last year and a half?
Yeah, I'll let Trinae speak to that. She just finished.
Last year was hit and miss. Admittedly, it was difficult to just wrap our brains around, let's virtually assess students, let alone within the first 6 weeks of school. So that there were, I think we focused on students that we felt were a little more at risk as you started to work with classroom teachers were working with students. Hey, I'd like to keep you. Can you meet me in this breakout room? And let's run through a few things. And then that gave some, just right then moment teaching for that teacher to move forward with. This year, I will say that myself and a small team of teachers have visited all of the campuses and assessed all of the first grade students. So it was really a treat to see the kids back on campus and listen to them rhyme and clap syllables and get excited about word work. So we're back on track now that we're back in person.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Anything else? Okay, well, I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe.
Mine's a personal story, so I was debating whether to share, but just on a personal level, I'm really excited to see this expanding to a greater degree to secondary, because this hit my son this year. So I'm very excited to see him getting reading instruction with the new programs this year for the first time in 7th grade. So I am thrilled that it's moving up the grade levels. So thank you. The progress is excellent. As you said, we're not there until every kid is reading and reading well, but this is really encouraging, and thank you for your work.
Great. Well, on that positive note, then we will move on to 12.0 reports and comments. So we get to start with our student board member, Ms. Sue.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I trust that we've all had a busy and fulfilling month since our last board meeting. And even though it's been a long meeting, I think that I am very lucky to be spending it with our district leaders. So first, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the Rancho Bernardo High School family who lost a member this past month. The students of the Poway Unified Community are mourning and honoring their memory. I would also like to extend my gratitude towards our district leadership and the presenters for your patience, clear explanations, and thoroughly nuanced presentations. This month, I sat in an ethnic literature class taught by Katie Wu of Westview High School, where our Poway Unified District Director of Equity and Improvement, Dr. Hara, also lectured and prompted our students to share poems of their identity. And as I sat in this class with my peers and the students, within a single period, I noticed that the students in this class felt safe enough to share aspects of their identity that were truly vulnerable. And one poem stood out to me in particular, and with her permission, I've included it within my board report. This poem is written by Mercedes Steele of Westview High School. I am a believer in hope and a survivor of aggressive abuse. I'm a young girl who is learning how to acknowledge when people are right so I can grow. I'm the daughter of a man who surrounds me with unconditional and universal love. I am a hopeless romantic that uses work to distract herself from the fact that she's lonely. And I am a product of rock and roll, hard metal, and almost every kind of music out there. I'm striving to be as strong as Wonder Woman with the vulnerability of an anti-hero, and I am living long enough to understand that I can be wrong and that it is okay to cry. I'm the child of a sweet and compassionate father who teaches me to spread his love to every person I meet. I'm understanding that silence isn't a way of avoiding responsibility, but a way to rein in one's thoughts. I'm the shoulder for many broken people to lean on, even when I receive nothing in return. I am a girl who appreciates when others think of me or produce a gift of love from the chambers of their heart. I am a fiercely loyal companion, returning what is done to me onto others. I am reserved, but my passion to help others heal and my love for people will never subside. I am an eager student that strives to be the embodiment of love, wisdom, and understanding. I am a foundation yet fragile. Handle me with care. Once again, this poem is by Merceda Steele from Westview High School. And I think that this poem shows the valuable environment that ethnic literature has opened to our students on the Westview campus, and prompting us to create a proprioception for our sense of self and unity among our Poway unified community. And it was an honor to finally meet Dr. Hara and to sit in this class, which I will be enrolled in next semester in my last semester of high school. And lastly, I would like to share a video that the student board member of San Diego Unified School District, Zachary Patterson, and I put together with the mayor of San Diego, Todd Gloria, surrounding our district efforts to pre-register and register our students to vote on September 28th, which was National Voter Registration Day. And Mr. Wall, if you can share the video. Okay, whenever you're ready. Mr. Wall, is the audio shared?
You need to stop sharing, and then when you share, check the box in the bottom. Still not working. There we go.
Hi, everybody. I'm Todd Gloria, Mayor of the City of San Diego. And today I'm with Winnie Shute, student board member with Poway Unified School District, and Zachary Patterson, student board member for the San Diego Unified School District. And today we are urging you to register to vote on National Voter Registration Day.
Hi, everyone. This is Winnie Shue from the Poway Unified School District. Thank you to Mayor Gloria for joining us in this effort as we urge students ages 16, 17, 18, and older to pre-register and register to vote this National Voter Registration Week. In California, students as young as 16 can pre-register to vote so that they are eligible to vote as soon as they turn 18.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zachary from San Diego Unified, joining you from Independence Hall, where the Declaration of Independence and our U.S. Constitution was signed. In the words of Ben Franklin, who lived right here in Philadelphia, a republic if you can keep it. So let's get out there and register and go and vote. Click the QR code below. And then if you're 18, click the register to vote now button. And if you're 16 or 17, click the pre-register vote button now. Thank you.
And we were able to distribute this video across the district to all the high schools, and hopefully we got people to vote. I'm very grateful to the City of San Diego and Mayor Todd Gloria for joining us to urge our students to become more civically engaged and to promote civic readiness. And I look forward to continuing this effort throughout the rest of my board term. And with that, I close my monthly board report for October.
That was wonderful. So now Dr. Seitzma has to follow a poem and a video. So you get to go.
Thank you, Ms. Zhu. I mean, for one, you're an impressive young lady, and I'm so glad that you are a part of this leadership team this year. And thank you for sharing that poem by Ms. Steele. It was powerful and beautiful, and kudos to you for collaborating with San Diego Unified's board member and the mayor for that video. My report pales in comparison to yours, but you know, I'm obligated to share it. So here goes nothing. I've been very busy this month doing things around the district. I've highlighted just a few things on my report because there was many things I did. Dialing back a few weeks, it was an honor to be able to attend the Innovation and Education Awards ceremony at SeaWorld last month. I learned about the amazing cyber program offered to middle and high schools at Del Norte High School and Oak Valley Middle. I learned a few words in Mandarin from our students enrolled in the Mandarin immersion program at Adobe Bluffs, and congratulations to both those schools for being recipients of awards. Sadly, I've already forgotten what the students taught me. I guess I'm not a very good student, but they were definitely excellent teachers. I was, of all the recipients that evening, I was most moved by the program at the juvenile court schools and their ability to connect, educate, and motivate, in my opinion, one of the toughest populations of students to work with. Seeing those students on stage being recognized was very emotional for me. I was able to put on my parent volunteer hat last month, and I worked concessions at Poway High's homecoming. It was a wild night. I had no clue what was happening on the field or what time it was. All I saw was a wall of people until almost the end of the fourth quarter, I think. It was so much fun. I was hoarse the next day after yelling orders to the parent and student volunteers I look forward to the next game. It was so much fun. I had the pleasure of having a meet and greet tour of Morning Creek with Principal Fleming on her last day of work before going on maternity leave. I got to go around to classrooms and help deliver birthday pencils. So it was a lot of fun, kind of killing two birds with one stone. Better late than never, we were able to recognize the classified employees and teachers of the year. I enjoyed this small, intimate celebration where we could actually socialize with our honorees. And congratulations again to our employees of the year. I was elated to be able to attend Garden Road's first in-person Friday Flag in a year and a half. I have missed singing along with the students and teachers as they sing the Eagles song. Garden Road has adopted the Leader in Me program, and for the first time ever, Friday Flag was led 100% by the students. I was so proud of all the students who led their school through the monthly assembly, outfitted with a pep rally, announcements, and a few presentations. I had the opportunity to take part in the reading of the secondary school's School Plans for Student Achievement, or SIPSA, as I've learned. We reviewed the documents with a lens for inclusion of our students with disabilities. This was the first time I had been able to review a SIPSA on that level. I enjoyed being able to take a deep dive to review how our secondary schools intend to achieve their school-wide goals and be inclusive for all the various populations. Thank you to a last-minute invite from board member O'Connor Radcliffe. I was able to attend the CAC meeting this week. I am so impressed with the compassion, the dedication, and the focus of this hardworking group of parents and teachers. And I hope to attend another meeting in the near future. This is my favorite time of year. One of our favorite activities is the trunk or treat that the Impact Poway Taekwondo Studio puts on. This studio is a huge supporter of all the elementary schools in Poway, and every year they partner with the schools to put on this huge community event. So if you're looking for a fun, safe, fun-filled community event the evening for Halloween. Please come on out. There's again, it's a great event where the schools are very involved there. I hope you all have a safe and fun Halloween. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Seitzma. Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe.
Well, I'm glad you made it to the CAC meeting, Dr. Seitzma, because this is an exciting and a busy time to be involved with special education in our district, as always. But this past month, I've had the opportunity to join the Inclusive Practices Advisory Board at Valley Elementary School, to meet 3 times with the new parent ambassadors, to attend the Special Education Community Advisory Committee, their meeting, and to review those SIPSAs, the school site plans for student achievement, through that disability and inclusion lens with other CAC volunteers. So this work that we're doing as a district and the parents who are involved, it is time consuming. It is sometimes really hard. It often demands huge systems changes, but it's worth it. I think we just heard some of the great things that we're catching and we're able to do with dyslexia in particular and reading deficits. But it's worth it because it means better outcomes for our students with disabilities and for their families. And I cannot say enough about the work being done in our district by Associate Superintendent Mizell and his team. Really, I can't say enough. So I'll just move on. I guess I said enough. There were some wonderful Start with Hello Week activities too. This is associated with the Sandy Hook Promise and focuses on students practicing empathy, feeling empowered to end social isolation. I went to Meadowbrook Middle School for their Green Out Day. Everybody's supposed to wear all green. I happen to have a lot of that. It's the Irish in me, I think. Never want to be without it. Watch students lead games throughout the lunch periods. And I want to thank Counselor Hernandez for inviting me, and also Principal Brownlee for hanging out to talk school culture and how everything's going over there. Also, I was at Westview with Dr. Patel. We brought out the PTSA's games for some lunchtime fun, socializing. The students love spike ball. And if you have not seen this played, it can be pretty aggressive, but fun. I, for one, prefer the giant bubbles. So I'll stick with bubbles. I also attended the district safety summit. I'm going to assume Mr. Zane's going to talk about it in more depth, but I'll just say that we heard some uncomfortable facts there, but important to remember. I also celebrated at W. Bluffs Elementary's Mandarin program at the Innovation and Education Awards and love those giant checks. I want to close out here with my parents, staff, and students recognition. So I'll start with some parents first tonight. I want to shout out to those parents who raised the rally cry. They organized and they won a battle to keep a sexually violent predator and a convicted child molester out of our Rancho Bernardino community. Really fantastic work that you moved fast. Kudos in addition to the RB Community Council members for going even further by demanding that state lawmakers amend existing law to require input from local jurisdictions before they decide on placements of that kind of violent predator. I'll move on. Related staff, I'd like to recognize our staff member, Tim Purvis, our Director of Transportation, for his really rapid response to my request for data on how many school bus stops existed in the area of that predator's proposed placement, I guess I'll call it. And the answer, by the way, 16 bus stops within a half-mile radius. And Mr. Purvis moved very, very quickly to provide a map of those stops when I asked, because I wanted the data that the board could present to all be in the same visual format in map form. So he did it. He did it for me. Snap, done. The board was ready for the fight, thanks in part to Director Purvis. And let me jump in with a student. I had a lot to say here, but
So many PUSD scholars are profiled for their accomplishments on our own district social media. I want to call attention to just one right now in particular, and it's our own Winnie Shu. She just demonstrated in her report a few minutes ago exactly what I was going to talk about today, but student engagement is one of her priorities for her term here with us. That National Voter Registration Day video that you saw, that is just one thing that she's working on. I applaud her efforts, and after speaking with her about her inspirations for the year, there's a lot there. There is a lot there, and I know more is coming. I'm very excited for it. Her end of the dais is feeling pretty busy too. I can't wait to lend my support. And with that, I will close. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe. Now, Dr. Patel.
Good evening, everyone. There's always so much going on throughout our district and community that it's genuinely a challenge to just pull out a few items to report on, but I will just highlight a few. I was delighted to be called in to help with Westview's homecoming float judging. I've had this honor for the past few years, and it's never easy. The students put in a ton of volunteer hours, creativity, and technical skills to build a float that reflects the chosen theme, their class, and includes school spirit. Congratulations to the senior class for taking first place and your rightful place. The district also put on a special event, as one of our other board members mentioned, to honor teachers and classified staff of the year, since we were not able to present those awards at the September 9th board meeting. And I would like to offer a hearty congratulations once again to our winners, and I'm looking forward to the district-wide annual recognition event. In the community, I attended the meeting hosted by the Rancho Bernardo Community Council, along with several other board colleagues, where we heard from the community regarding the since halted placement of a sexually violent predator in our community. I would also like to extend commendation to the community organizers that rallied everyone in opposition to this misguided and troubling potential placement. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to ensure that something like this does not happen again, and that school districts are added to the list of agencies that are notified and conferred with in the future. We have information that a lot of other agencies don't have, like these specialized unmarked bus stops that our students use that wouldn't show up on any MTS list. On behalf of our school districts governance teams throughout the county, I've been working with the San Diego County Office of Education and SDCSBA and Lozano Smith to offer a free webinar on managing orderly board meetings on Monday, October 18th. The webinar will discuss best practices and strategies for preventing and responding to disruptive and threatening behavior during public meetings. Topics will include proactive steps, de-escalation techniques, Brown Act compliant options, and addressing threats. I've been attending the weekly K-12 sector briefings that the County Health and Human Services and San Diego County Office of Ed put on, and have been following case rates in our community. In these meetings, we get updates on the latest case rates, vaccination rates, and are provided updates on guidance and the decision tree, which seems to be often updated quite often. We're able to have questions directly answered by the experts invited at those meetings. I'm very appreciative of the efforts that this team has put together in keeping the districts informed and supported throughout this pandemic. And with that, I would like to close my report. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Mr. Zane.
Thank you, Madam President. Being in my office chair for over 5.5 hours now, my lower back is killing me. So I will be usually, traditionally brief in my presentation. I do like hearing all the other board members' reports because I'm reminded about how many things I did since the last board meeting. And they touched upon many of them, whether it was recognition of some of our employees at SeaWorld or in the district office, or the safety forum, or the 4-hour comprehensive student threat assessment training that I was on with Mr. Mizell just within the past week. So many things, but I just want to say congratulations to Ms. Zhu as well on your efforts. You may or may not know, I'm a big believer in the importance of voting. My license plate is I voted, so I think you're doing good work in that regard. And I look forward to being a mystery reader in my for my daughter's second grade class tomorrow, and participating in the trunk or treat. And on that note, I just want to put out a general wish for everybody to take some time to have some fun and enjoy themselves, be safe during Halloween. I think we're all overdue for some laughs and a good time. So enjoy the Halloween weekend, if you will, between now and our next board meeting. And I know, Ms. Couvret, it's one of your favorite holidays too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is one of my favorite. I have that black fingernail polish. My dad was a dentist. So I think it was my only time to have candy. So it's a very special holiday for me. But one thing I have to say going last from the board members is it's really kind of cool that so many of the trustees, we all did the same things together. We all went to SeaWorld. We all attended the safety summit. We all went to honor our teachers. It's really special, but of course it makes my board report a little bit shorter, which I'm sure everyone is very thankful for. But I just think it's really neat the support we have from all the trustees. My priority this month was in the area of the possible placement of a diagnosed violent predator. It was in my district, and I'm beyond proud of this community for the quick mobilization to protect the community. The event at the Country Club of Rancho Bernardo was put together in virtually hours, and it showed the strength of our community as I joined 500 neighbors in coming together to see what could we do to stop this from happening. The playbook was given to us by Mount Helix community, and they were so generous and helpful, and they're actually going around the whole state giving advice when these people are trying to be placed in inappropriate communities. Our transportation department, just like Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe said, responded very quickly to our request for data for bus stops and the number of children with half mile of this monster. And the district's email to all the families and staff really built awareness, and it was spot on to help people know how to respond in force they did. The board was ready to vote on a letter and resolution about this issue today, but fortunately, because of the earlier efforts made by the community, the owners backed away and he won't be placed here. But now the fight has to go to Sacramento. I was fortunate to be a presenter with Supervisor Lawson Reamer and Councilwoman Bunkert at the RB Council, and the focus is what we can do so this doesn't happen in other communities. And then last, I just did a really fun thing. I joined Mr. Zane and Dr. Patel at the homecoming float judging, and they were all fantastic. But I have to say, a BG solo is pretty inspiring. So gotta love the Bee Gees. On that note,
that was the best. And you know what?
I know Pac-Man was pretty cool too. So I mean, you gotta give it to the seniors.
I gotta be honest. I might get myself a little trouble here, but I was rooting for that 70s float. Like they nailed it with their Bee Gees performance. It was awesome.
But on that note, I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Phelps.
Thank you, Madam President. We have several recognitions to report, but in the interest of time, I'd like to highlight just a couple. 49 Poway Unified students were named semifinalists in the 2022 National Merit Scholarship Program. Finalists will be announced in the spring, but please review the board packet for all of their names listed in 12.2. I want to congratulate fourth grade teacher, Ms. Molina, for being named Project Lead the Way Outstanding Teacher. She is one of only 74 teachers across the country to earn this award. She was selected for her ability to inspire, engage, and transform students' learning experiences through hands-on computer science, engineering, and biomedical science activities and projects. Next, I want to celebrate the start of Poway Unified's first ever ethnic studies and ethnic literature classes. You may recall that the board approved these optional elective classes last year, and now all 5 of our comprehensive high schools have these classes underway. So for their first video of the year, our new Studio 701 interns chose to highlight ethnic studies and ethnic literature from a student's point of view. So let's take a look.
very impressed with the little small amount of time that what you all are writing.
In the Westview High School ethnic literature class, students took turns reading poems about their personal identities to the class. The assignment was part of a larger unit where the students explored and analyzed identities in different cultures, histories, and stories.
I actually discussed something that's been happening in my personal life that has made a big impact on my life, and just being able to analyze that and how that connects to my growth today. I think I wouldn't have been able to learn that in any other class that I've taken. I think it's amazing that we have created a safe space in Miss Wu's classroom for us to be able to share our identities and our experiences. This should be the normal. Like, we should already have safe spaces for everyone.
Ethnic literature is a new senior level optional English class where students are exposed to literature by and about people of color and learn about how the stories relate to them.
The way that these students are engaging with the different units and the text, they are thirsty for it. They're showing me that they are ready for it. They want to tackle these issues. And I think sometimes as adults, we just need to, show them the way and get out of the way and let them be able to engage in these texts and controversial issues.
Controversy has surrounded the topic of ethnic literature and ethnic studies courses due to some concerns and misinformation about the curriculum.
Really tough situations. So
in Poway High School's ethnic studies class, they are less focused on controversy and more focused on offering diverse history.
Not everybody is in agreement with what's been taught, but I do hope that people give it a chance, and that people come at it with an open mind to learn about the class, because I know a lot of students are very interested in the class, and it's, I think it brings some important perspectives. I don't know anything about my history general culture, and taking this class, I really think maybe I get to learn a little bit more about my history.
These courses are brought forward as a first reading and are part of our effort to address the educational aspect of addressing racism.
The Poway Unified School District Board of Education felt that the most important perspectives to consider when approving these classes were the voices of the students who would be taking them.
So last year, when Black and PUSD sort of showcased the experiences of people of color and how they are experiencing racism in schools, and one of the things that they advocated for was ethnic studies and ethnic lit classes. And the beautiful thing is that they voiced their need, and PUSD heard their call and answered it.
The ultimate goal of these classes is to meet PUSD's vision of empowering world-class learners.
I think we'll benefit from this in the future because it's really important to know the history that we've gone through and what marginalized groups have experienced, so that history does not repeat itself.
What we're seeing outside in the world right now is people not being able to have a conversation, have that cognitive dissonance with respect. And with this class, I feel our students are learning how to learn about each other's cultures and make the world a better place.
How many of you found out?
For the Excellence in Education series, I'm Nathaniel Farzan, Studio 701.
Thank you so much to our Studio 701 interns who highlighted some of the amazing things going on in these classes. And I know that the board and I spent some time visiting all of these classes and really seeing like the authentic learning and engaging dialogue that's happening amongst our students, and the feedback that we get from our students and how much they love and the learning that's going on in these classes. So I wanted to remind you of next week's College and Career Virtual Showcase on Wednesday, October 20th. We will be providing live sessions on important topics such as financial aid, college applications and interviews, career pathways, and more. This event is geared specifically to our high school students and their families due to limited space, but I wanted to thank all of our staff and volunteers for all of their hard work in planning this important event. The Superintendent Advisory Committee, which Winnie is also a part of, met for the first time last month. This is a diverse group of student leaders from all of our high schools, and I was so impressed by their passion, willingness to learn, and desire to represent all students. I'm excited for what we will accomplish together and for our district-wide service project. So lastly, I wanted to share And most of the board members talked about all the great work that our Mr. Mizell and his department are doing, but I wanted to highlight that we found out that we will, based on all of this great work, we will be receiving the recipient of the 2021 Golden Bell Award for our inclusive practices work. So I want to congratulate our staff for all of their hard work. Very well deserved, and I'm glad that we're being recognized by the state and CSBA for the work around inclusive practices at Poway Unified. So thank you, and that concludes my report today.
Anyone else want to say something before I adjourn? Since we've had such a quick meeting, I just, we are at number 14, which is adjournment. The next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held on Thursday, November 18th, 2021 at 6 p.m., either virtual or visual or video conferencing, or at the Poway Unified District Office. And the time is 10:37.